You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Oh, man. So before we get underway, before we really get to the main topic, we're going to cover a few things. But before we do that, we're going to start off with the white lady telling y'all what it is. I think she's conservative. I got to check out her page because, you know, white folks, yeah. Anyway, white lady, tell them.
Stop being a woman in general, right, ladies? I'm just kidding. It's easy. Shut up, bitches. We have everything. We have everything we've ever wanted, and we're still not happy. I think we're the problem.
For those of you that didn't catch it, we're going to play the white lady one more time. Let the white lady tell the ladies again.
Stop being a woman in general, right, ladies? I'm just kidding. It's easy. Shut up, bitches. We have everything. We have everything we've ever wanted, and we're still not happy. I think we're the problem.
All right. So the title says "What Money?" So shout out to Lion. We're gonna do a part one. I'm gonna try something real quick, and this is probably gonna start the stream down. We're gonna have to do another stream, so we're gonna do this early to see if it lets us go through with it. And then, or should I do it? Wait for last. Let me play this first, so that we can. That's a good question. Mrs. Isha thought about this earlier. Okay, you know what? Let's play this and let's see if it shut down the stream. We'll just do another stream, and I'll figure out how I'm going to implement this video in the stream and a next stream that I want to do, which is going to be what money part 2. We'll have even more materials backing this up. So let's see how far we can get with this. And yeah, okay. Anyway, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and let's get underway. Oh, before we do that, let's actually do fair use. Maybe that'll help. Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Don't strike me, CNN. CNN gonna strike me. They're gonna shut the stream down, y'all. We're gonna have to do another stream. I'm gonna try it anyway. Here we go.
Millennial Civil War? I'm Michael Smirkanish in the Philly burbs. Many Americans are worried about making ends meet, unsure that they'll be able to maintain their standard of living in retirement. And yet at the same time, a Wall Street Journal story this week said that 401k balances are creating a record number of new millionaires. Separately, UBS reports that the number of moderate millionaires, those with between $1 and $5 million, has surged in recent years. Fidelity alone now counts a record 654,000 individuals as 401k millionaires at their brokerage, while UBS says that households around the globe with between $1 and $5 million in assets have more than quadrupled since 2000 to over 50 million. In fact, UBS estimates that in the U.S., we added more than 1,000 new millionaires each day last year. And many of those newly minted millionaires will now be part of what's called the Great Wealth Transfer. Over the next 20 to 25 years, research from Cerulli Associates estimates that between 84 trillion and 124 trillion in U.S. wealth is going to move from baby boomers and older generations to their Gen X and millennial children, to their grandchildren, and to charity. To put that in perspective,
We're gonna try that trail. As a matter of fact, let's do this. Let's play this clip. We'll pause for a second. And I'll do what Trell said. I actually thought about that, but I wanted y'all to see some of the visuals, but I'll link it afterward and then y'all can watch it. I already have it in my community tab anyway, so there's that. That Trell's thinking Mr. Z wasn't. Okay, so we'll play this because I want to link this to the what money, and you're gonna see why in a minute. So this video has been going around. I know a couple of people have reviewed it. I want to know if the young lady's on the spectrum or something like that. If she's not, then this is a lot. Mr. Z Ryman. And let's play this. And once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. So for those of you that could see what was going on the screen, I didn't record the whole thing. It's about a minute long. I only recorded about 30 seconds or so. Yes, y'all heard right. Y'all watched right. For those of you that are listening in, it is a lighter skinned black young lady, essentially eating out of a dog bowl with a bunch of other dogs as a white man, assuming her whatever boyfriend, baby daddy, husband, probably not husband, male spouse, white male spouse, is pouring the dog food in the dog bowl. Yeah, okay. There's another video of her I saw where she's essentially laying her head on his lap. Oh boy. Phew. And once again eating from the doggy bag. Why is Mr. Z referencing that with what money? Y'all will see in a minute. We're gonna tie that to the CNN clip, and y'all give Z a second. Let's see if we getting any progress. Haha, we are getting some progress. Okay, so in that case, let's do this. Yeah, we're gonna take that off, and then we're going to, y'all give Z a second. Wait a minute, everybody. You know what we're gonna do? Just what we're gonna do so that y'all are not. Y'all gives you a second. Let's play some music and let's see if we could get this done while we have y'all wait a second. Give me a second. All right, y'all. It looked like we got something going. We'll see in a minute. Okay, so let's just start getting everything ready until the audio shows up. I will forward to everyone as the economic times get tougher, as life gets more expensive, you will see women, particularly black women, scrambling. And what that will look like is them being forced to get on someone's program. And sometimes it's going to be unsightly. Sometimes they're going to be put through something serious. And sometimes that something serious, for a bit of stability, well, it looks like this. Yeah, eating dog food with a bunch of dogs around. As a white man pours the dog food, the embarrassment, right? Now, we know when we have videos of white men saying that nothing gets a woman off, black woman off, excuse me, like calling her the N-word during XXX fun. Huh? I have another video that I just saw it too, and I don't know why I didn't upload it, where a black woman is saying that a black woman is reviewing another black woman post, right? And the black woman is saying her man keeps on calling her the N-word during XXX fun. And he said his ex-girlfriend, who was also black, loved that. Oh man. Huh? As economic times get tougher, as that wealth gap turns into a chasm, as much of that wealth is going to be held in non-black hands, as the cost of labor plummets. And what I mean by that is labor doesn't have the same pull as it used to. We already know this, but it's going to get even worse, right? You're going to see women scrambling. All that pride, all that we don't need no man. Yeah. Huh? We're going to combine a bunch of things today. It's going to look like a mess, but we're going to tie it up by the end in a nice little pretty bow. My apologies for the intro and kind of the mess we had, right? But let's see if this plays, and we'll review this as we need to. Okay? Once again, let's do the like, share, subscribe. Not like, share, subscribe. Excuse me. Let's do the fair use. Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Right? And here we go.
Millennial Civil War? I'm Michael Smirkanish in the Philly burbs. Many Americans are worried about making ends meet, unsure that they'll be able to maintain their standard of living in retirement. And yet at the same time, a Wall Street Journal story this week said that 401k balances are creating a record number of new millionaires. Separately, UBS reports that the number of moderate millionaires, those with between $1 and $5 million, has surged in recent years. Fidelity alone now counts a record 654,000 individuals as 401k millionaires at their brokerage, while UBS says that households around the globe with between $1 and $5 million in assets have more than quadrupled since 2000 to over 50 million. In fact, UBS estimates that in the U.S., we added more than 1,000 new millionaires each day last year. And many of those newly minted millionaires will now be part of what's called the Great Wealth Transfer.
The Great Wealth Transfer. Now, we know most of that is not going, and not even most. Almost all of that is not going to black people's hands. It is going to cost to be single as a woman in specific. A lot of the jobs and the careers that women in specific, namely black women, but even white women and Latinas, and even some Asian women, all that typing, all the cubicle jobs, the ladies, whether they're fit or not, in their pencil skirts and their heels, I'm estimating we will be seeing those stuff get automated with the quickness. They're already getting automated. Z, you're right. Huh? The Great Wealth Transfer. The great wealth transfer is already bad enough. But what happens when you can't even pretend, you can't even lie to yourself and try to keep up with your labor? Huh? You can't even feign like you have wealth because of your income. What happens then? Huh? Once again, the title for today's stream is What Money? What Money? What money, black people? Namely, of course, specifically, what money, black women? You're going to see a lot of black women eat out of dog bowls, I'm arguing, within the next decade. Huh? Yeah, it looks weird and it's mad dehumanizing and disrespectful what we're witnessing here. For those of you who haven't seen it yet. Huh? Yeah, yes, you're seeing this correctly. Yes, that is a black woman, lighter skinned black woman, eating out of a dog bowl with a bunch of dogs around. As this white man, white male, pours dog food in the dog bowl, assuming this young lady is not on the spectrum somehow. I'm arguing as black women start to struggle and be single more and more, because some of the damage is already done. 23-ish, 24-ish% of young men are marrying out more and more. Young black men, excuse me. So the damage is already done in that case. Black women are going to go scattering. Huh? And for some of them, they think they're going to do some type of coven, some type of co-munching coven, right? And well, there's other black women that have something to say about this co-munching coven, this Brindog coven, that the young ladies, or black women, not even just young ladies, black women, think they're going to form. Well,
all these posts about, women living in an only woman's town. I would never live with you bitches. Oh. Women are not nice to each other. Are very delusional about who y'all be, about y'all behavior. Mm-hmm. A lot of women think that they are upstanding women, but look how y'all treat each other in the real world. Because the same women who are going to like this post are also in a group chat talking about another woman. Once y'all identify another woman as a threat, y'all turn into monsters. Real wicked. And y'all really only like women who y'all see as inferior to you. Yeah. That's why so many women on this app telling other women what to do. Look how y'all gossip, click up, want to compete. Look how y'all treat beautiful women. Yeah. Hell fucking no. Look how y'all raise y'all motherfucking sons. And then say niggas ain't shit. Well, who the fuck raised them? How many times have you smiled at a woman and she rolled her eyes at you? Oh, yeah. Or you've been walking down the street and she looked you up and down? Insecure women are very dangerous women. And a lot of women are in denial that they are insecure. A lot of women have false confidence. Women know how to mask very well. A lot of women have a false sense of self. I'm not living in a town with a whole bunch of women who never took the time to face their trauma and walk around playing victim. It does not reflect or show up in the real world. I'm not seeing it. Where y'all at? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fuck no. Fuck that shit. You'll never find me in a women's only town. And if it's going to be a world with only women, please take me out, because I don't want to be around women. I cannot stand some of their behavior, and they cannot be trusted.
That's two black women saying, yeah, about that. See that co-munching coven? Nah, can't do it. Huh? That's two black women that said, yeah, that great wealth transfer. Look, I'm going to get under a black men's program if I'm not already. Shout out to all the black women who think it's going to be cool. This pour into your friends and your family, your female family members. Sounds good. And talking about, as the young lady said, how you raise your sons. Oh, we tying all of this in. And no, I did not see the clip that you're referring to with Real Talk with Yanni. Who said that? Give me a second. Who said that? I just saw a comment too. Wait a minute. Who just asked me if I got the email? Oh, there we go. And Kunguru says it. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. You got that video I sent you of Yanni whining about healthcare costs? No, send it. Well, resend it. I'll try to download it right now while we're talking. Right. And so the young lady says, both of the young ladies said, yeah, nah. Look at even how you raise your sons. And what does that look like, Z? Uh-oh.
One of the funniest things to me is how much patriarchy has the black community in a chokehold, when in reality, our family and community structure is a matriarchy. And it's going to be a whole bunch of niggas saying that I'm lying and women can't lead, but please shut the fuck up. Your granny is the head of the family, bro. And it's not funny, but it's sad that y'all are just this willfully obtuse, bro. That's literally the oppressor whispering in your ear, dog. You know what I'm saying? And you need to dismantle that and dissect it and deal with that in your own time and not make the rest of us suffer for your own active ignorance and stupidity. And it's crazy to me that black women are our literal...
We'll pause right there. I'm going to play the whole thing in a minute. I just want everyone who pretends like they don't understand why your young men are dating and marrying out more and more. This young brother is telling you why. He said, F that, the black community is a matriarchy, and what's wrong with that? And his peers, and at least a quarter of them that are getting married, are saying, yeah, I'm going to show you what's wrong with it. Read my Nikes. Skirt! As they burn off. As they peel off. There's a whole lot of tire smoke going. What's wrong with that? The black community is ran by its women, and at least a quarter of black men newlyweds are marrying outside the race. Something like 24%. Huh? They said, oh, you want to see what's wrong with it? I don't got to talk to you about it. Watch this. Skirt. Gone. Huh? Yeah. So let's let this video play out again. As a matter of fact, we're going to play them back to back so that the women can tell you they're not doing this co-munching coven. Then we're going to play what that co-munching coven produces in men and boys. And then we'll get back to, once again, what money. Continuing.
All these posts about, you know, women living in a only woman's town. I would never live with you bitches. Oh. Women are not nice to each other. Are very delusional about who y'all be, about y'all behavior. A lot of women think that they are upstanding women, but look how y'all treat each other in the real world. Because the same women who are going to like this post are also in a group chat talking about another woman. Once y'all identify another woman as a threat, y'all turn into monsters. Real wicked. And y'all really only like women who y'all see as inferior to you. Yeah. That's why so many women on this app telling other women what to do. Look how y'all gossip, click up, want to compete. Look how y'all treat beautiful women. Yeah. Hell fucking no. Look how y'all raise y'all motherfucking sons. And then say niggas ain't shit. Well, who the fuck raised them? How many times have you smiled at a woman and she rolled her eyes at you? Oh, yeah. Or you've been walking down the street and she looked you up and down? Insecure women are very dangerous women, and a lot of women are in denial that they are insecure. A lot of women have false confidence. Women know how to mask very well. A lot of women have a false sense of self. I'm not living in a town with a whole bunch of women who never took the time to face their trauma and walk around playing victim. It does not reflect or show up in the real world. I'm not seeing it. Where y'all at?
Yeah, fuck no. Fuck that shit. You'll never find me in a women's only town. And if it's going to be a world with only women, please take me out because I don't want to be around women. I cannot stand some of their behavior and they cannot be trusted.
So one of the young lady that spoke second, she sounded like she's from the Caribbean somewhere. So I'm assuming the first young lady is probably ADOS FBA, but we don't know. So that's two black women that's saying, yep, nope. Can't do it. Don't trust you. Right? And Trell says, F the frail ish, and then we gonna make it. Locks, we gonna make it just pops up in Z's mind. Exactly. Right? And as she said, look at the boys y'all raising. Look at the boy. And what do the boys sound like that come from co-munching covens or that come from the gynocracy? Matriarchy if you want to be kind, gynocracy if you want to be accurate. What do they sound like? When they raised by mama and grandma and auntie them, what do they sound like? They sound like this.
One of the funniest things to me is how much patriarchy has the black community in a chokehold, when in reality, our family and community structure is a matriarchy. And it's going to be a whole bunch of niggas saying that I'm lying and women can't lead, but please shut the fuck up. Your granny is the head of the family, bro. And it's not funny, but it's sad that y'all are just this willfully obtuse, bro. That's literally the oppressor whispering in your ear, dog. You know what I'm saying? And you need to dismantle that and dissect it and deal with that in your own time and not make the rest of us suffer for your own active ignorance and stupidity. And it's crazy to me that black women are our literal lifeline. They have led food into our mouth. They have led clothes on our backs. They have led a roof over our head. Like, what more can folks even ask for, dog? The best way to describe black women in the black community is they are like the Illuminati or the Akatsuki of the black community. They have allowed black men to live in this illusion of power that helps sustain our egos as we deal with white men, when they are the ones handling the real business in the background, and just allotted us this illusion of power just to keep the peace. And there's going to be a lot of little meat men that's going to get in the comments saying that I'm simping and I'm pandering and all this other stuff, but I can tell that you don't read, and I can tell you're one of the children that should have got left behind. And it's sad whenever I make a video talking about like misogyny, patriarchy, you know, protecting women, respecting women, all that different type of things. And I'm getting comments saying thank you. Like, you know, I appreciate it and all, but that's the bare minimum, bro. I don't know how the rest of these dudes grew up, but I grew up in a family that's 90% women, 10% men. I'm like one of 5 men born
We
in a
could
single
tell.
generation, dog. For every one boy, there's like 9 women that are born in my family, bro. And if you want any idea of how the women in my family are, go watch The Woman King, go watch Black Panther. No, I'm not exaggerating. Me and my sister's relationship is literally like Shuri's and T'Challa's. My aunt and my cousins be moving like the Dora Milaje. They will beat your ass, and I have seen them beat people's ass. They beat my ass. I've seen them whoop plenty of men's ass up and down the street. With
We could tell.
My mom and my grannies are like, you know, Viola Davis and The Woman King, bro. This is not an exaggeration, dog. I can tell stories for days. I don't really have a choice, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm being held hostage. I love it over here. But
No,
this is pretty much all
you
I
said it
know.
right
I
the
can't grow
first
up in a
time.
family that I
You
grew
don't
up
really
in
got a
and
choice.
then just go out here and just disrespecting women. When every time I see another black woman, they remind me of one of my aunts, my cousin, my sister, my granny. Like, you know what I'm saying? That like that just don't make no type of sense to me. And then to sit here and lie to myself like they're not the ones in our community with the real power, it's just fucking insane. It's just blatant stupidity.
Yeah. They're the ones holding it down, right? Black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the US, particularly the childless ones. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, they're the ones holding it down, right? Yeah. No, they're holding the black community down, like suffocating it, holding it down. Not being on a black man's program. Yeah, you're right. They're suffocating the black community. If that's what you mean by holding it down, you're correct, young man. You're absolutely correct. Holding it down like suffocating it. Huh? That's what the black gynocracy, matriarchy, if you want to be kind, gynocracy, if you want to be accurate, that's what it produces in its men. This. Huh? Now you wonder why Mr. Z played a video of 2 black women saying, yeah, see, look, if we have to be in an all women led and ran community, you could count me out. I ain't going. I'm not doing it. Huh? Now continuing with what money, because ladies, have fun with your gynocracy as the money dry up.
Transfer. Over the next 20 to 25 years, research from Cerulli Associates estimates that between 84 trillion and 124 trillion in U.S. wealth is going to move from baby boomers and older generations to their Gen X and millennial children, to their grandchildren, and to charity. To put that in perspective, the high end of that prediction, $124 trillion, that's more than 4 times the size of the entire U.S. economy. And nothing like this has ever happened before. According to Chase Horton, his projections at Cerulli, and he'll join me in a moment, boomers alone will pass down more than $53 trillion. About $72 trillion will go directly to heirs. Nearly $12 trillion will flow to charity, and roughly 40% of all inheritance dollars will come from just 1.5% of American households. Millennials and Gen.
Did Mr. Z hear that correctly? 40 trillion is going to come from 1.5% of households? To us millennials and Gen Z, everyday workers, our parents tried, but they're not leaving us much. Be prepared for the Kia Telluride to cost $75,000, $80,000, $85,000. Not because of you, but because the market said, yeah, screw you. We're working for the top 20% and they can afford it. Mr. Z been saying this from the jump. I walked into the black manosphere saying, the top 20%, look, they're not only taking all the women, they're taking everything. Dream hoarders. Huh? Richard Reeves isn't only talking about the men and the boys of Boys and Men. No, dream hoarders, elite, mainly white boomers, hoarded everything. And now as they pass and pass that on to their children, and remember, there's less of their children than there are of them. You want to talk about being priced out. What happens when you have an entitled millennial white woman with more money than sense? Because she's going to have more money than sense. You think a black woman is a spoiled brat? What happens when who's running the country are a bunch of spoiled brat millennial white men and women, white women with daddy and mommy's inheritance money, no siblings, no man, and a few $100s burning a hole in her back pocket. How does the culture shift then? Shout out to all the black women. You think you're going to survive this? Have fun. Huh? Have fun. You think you're going to survive this, black women? No, a bunch of y'all going to be in on them doggy bowls. That's what's going to happen. A bunch of y'all going to be in on the doggy bowls. You want to know how white men and white women going to be treating black women? So it may not be literally this. It's going to be literally this for some of you. But figuratively, oh boy. Huh? Yeah. Huh? You want to know what it's going to look like? I would like to direct you to Richard Spencer. Oh, don't tell me y'all forgot about Richard Spencer from the alt-right, who helped to coin the term alt-right. Y'all forgot he was him and his family were sitting on a bunch of homestead land. They're getting paid not to do anything with a bunch of free land. You want to know what it produces? It produces Richard Spencers. That's what the great wealth transfer is going to produce. Ah. Shout out to all the single black women. Continuing.
Gen Xers, they'll be the big beneficiaries, but it's hardly equal. Some will inherit life-changing sums. Many will inherit modestly, and many won't inherit anything at all, widening existing inequalities. This massive wealth transfer is going to affect everything from housing markets to investment patterns. Younger Americans who inherit will be able to buy homes in places they previously couldn't afford. Older Americans may shift money out of riskier assets as they age, while younger heirs could invest differently. Think more tech, more ESG, more risk perhaps. And Washington is already eyeing the opportunity or the temptation to revisit estate taxes, capital gains rules at death, and charitable giving incentives. And then there are the political ramifications. In the 2020 election, voters under 45, mostly millennials, they backed Joe Biden over Donald Trump, while voters 45 and older, including most Gen Xers and boomers, favored Trump. In the 2024 election, exit polls showed a real shakeup. Gen Z backed Harris, but by only a few points, far tighter than the Democratic advantage in 2020. Support among millennials, that also narrowed significantly. But Trump opened up a double-digit lead among voters in their 50s and early 60s. That's according to the AARP's analysis of AP Votecast. So
that's the protect my resources vote. Ooh, you could come up with whatever psychological reason why. Oh, the young folks, they want free stuff, or the young folks, they're not building, they don't want to start careers. No. Cut it out. That's the protect my resources vote. Huh? Dear women of working class, lower middle class, working poor backgrounds in specific, because y'all are the ones who lean on government programs more than the men. Wait until you're well off white sistren. Wait until millennials start really getting into Congress and really becoming senators. You want to see wealth protection? You want to see feudalism 2.0? Haven't we been speaking about that for a couple years? Techno feudalism? Huh? Yeah. So white women will do what they always do. That's white conservative women and white liberal women. They're going to sell black women in particular, Latina women, on rugged individuality, on you don't need no man, as those women continue to get married. She was left $250,000, $500,000 by her family. Her white husband was left $250,000, $500,000 by his family. Both of them are single children. The only child. Oh. Huh? She make $60,000 a year. He makes $85,000 a year. Both of their sets of parents passed away within 5 years, back to back to back to back. And now they sit on $700,000 and 2 homes. $700,000 liquid cash and 2 homes. Oh, you think you're gonna compete with that? With your $45,000 a year job? Yeah. As Mr. Z said, get ready for that Tesla Model 3 to cost $80,000. Huh? Yeah. And as Brooklyn Finest says, cooning and buffooning. Oh, the ladies, the black women, the Latina women, huh? All these, as Jason Black says, these women with behavioral problems, oh, they definitely be cooning and buffooning. Shout out to black women. Oh, they definitely gonna be cooning and buffooning. Huh? Ah. If y'all thought the ladies were screaming now, oh, if you thought they were complaining now, post-COVID, right? You see some of them, the armor has a crack in it. That I don't need no man, single by choices. A few of them, that armor got some crack in it. They can't do it no more. They can't pretend anymore. Wait as this financial environment changes because of that wealth transfer. And remember, boomers didn't have as many children. That's a whole lot of money going to 1 child, 2 children. Huh? You dealing with a solidly middle class boomer who never got fired, never lost their job. They've been paying into 401k and Roth IRA and all this other stuff for 30, 40 years. 40 some odd years. Have fun. Huh? Continuing.
Happens politically after the wealth shifts. Baby boomers, they accumulated more wealth.
Let's say that again. He says, what happens politically as the wealth shifts? Mr. Z's telling y'all what happens. The younger Xers, so pretty much under the age of 50, they're going to try to lock the door behind them. Not even try, they're going to. Too many of us as millennials and young Xers and Gen Z, we don't have the systemic analysis. Huh? Between mass media, hip hop culture, everybody's trying to get the bad culture, scamming culture, all of that. We don't have the systemic analysis. Earn your leisure, and all of them just gonna keep on selling y'all on courses. Huh? What happens to the political environment? Mr. Z telling y'all what's gonna happen. They're going to vote to protect all of that. Huh? And what does that mean for the masses of the rest of us? Well, a couple of us are going to be okay. Huh? A couple of us are going to be okay. Black women definitely not going to be okay, not in no significant number. Kim Foster's going to be okay. Huh? But the masses of these everyday black women that was trying to live vicariously through Ebony K. Williams and them, all the I wouldn't date no bus driver chicks that's earning $53,000 a year, but she's aligning with Ebony K. Williams. Have fun. Huh? Brooklyn Finest, they definitely gonna be cooning and buffooning and eating out of dog bowls. Ah. Continuing. As a matter of fact, yeah, let's continue a little bit. I might restart it. It's not too long of a video. But let's continue a little bit and let's see how Mr. Z plays this.
History thanks to post-war expansion, affordable housing, employer pensions, and decades of market growth. Gen Xers, now in their 40s and 50s, they tend to be more skeptical of government, more market-oriented. Many Xers will inherit meaningful wealth that fits those instincts. Millennials, they're the wild card. They came of age during 9/11, the Iraq War, the Great Recession, and then a housing market that feels like a locked door. Millennials have tended to lean more progressive than older generations, though that gap has narrowed in recent elections. They own fewer homes at their age than the boomers did. They carry more debt. They entered a much tougher labor market. Reflecting on all of this, in 2021, Eric Levitz wrote a piece for New York Magazine titled, "Will the Great Wealth Transfer Spark a Millennial Civil War?" And he argued that the biggest political divide of the future won't be between boomers and millennials, but within millennials themselves. Scholarly research suggests the political effect of this great wealth transfer, that it won't be one-dimensional. Some heirs become more conservative because they now have more to protect. Some become more progressive because financial security frees them to focus on different life priorities. And the law...
Cut it out. You said it right the first time. Will a handful of folks who get this big lump sum, I'm not speaking about the folks that's going to be left $50, $75, $100,000. We're not speaking about those folks, right? We're speaking about the folks who are going to be left $250,000, $500,000, plus their parents' home. Their parents got divorced, so 2 homes, and they're the only child. Both of their houses are worth $500,000 plus. Huh? Mom left you $250,000. Dad left you $500,000. You're being left with 2 homes worth $500,000 plus. Huh? And that's just you. We're not counting whether you have a spouse or not, who was also a only child, and who was also left a house or 2 and some inheritance money. Can those people be quote unquote progressive after they attain this wealth transfer? Yes, it's possible. It'll happen. In any significant number, ooh, that's going to be fun to watch. I doubt it. Continuing.
Life priorities. And the largest group, those who inherit little or nothing at all, they may become more frustrated, intensifying pressure for redistribution. Levitz called this potential for metaphorical millennial civil war, a deep divide within a generation defined by who got the windfall and who didn't. Here's what he wrote. The great wealth transfer will exacerbate all of these inequalities. Wealthy white millennials will claim a massively disproportionate share of the impending inheritances and
Wealthy white millennials will inherit a disproportionate share. Number one, duh. Number two, oh, you want to talk about culture shift? Huh? Yeah. Elite white boomers, upper middle class white boomers, who themselves were one of four, one of five, one of three, one of six. Huh? They only had one or two children. And they're going to leave that one or two children $500,000, $250,000, 150,000, as Mr. Z said, a house or two, whatever vehicles, whatever pension's different, but whatever investments. Yeah. Y'all buckle up. This gonna be fun to watch. Continuing.
Intergenerational gifts. And as familial wealth is transferred and millennials' earned assets appreciate, the generation's internal class divisions are liable to become more invidious than those of its predecessors. The millennial rich and upper middle class, they'll be the wealthiest America has ever known. Working class millennials, meanwhile, are poised to enjoy less economic security than their parents as their wages fail to keep pace with the rising costs of housing and health care. And
that's what I was speaking of. It's not just the rising costs of healthcare and other things. Is your money doesn't exist in a vacuum. Your money does not exist in a vacuum. Your money is compared to these folks' money. Huh? Yeah. As these folks earn more, not even earn more, as these folks, some of these folks still are going to have jobs, plus all of mommy's and daddy's money, and a couple of properties. That's going to put the squeeze on many of us younger Xers, definitely us millennials and Gen Z. Huh? This is going to be fun to watch. And we're going to probably end up playing this one more again around, right? Hopefully without so much interruption from Z, but it's going to be a whole lot of it. Where's that comment from Joe? Where did that comment go? Let me see. Yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of yep, Joe. We don't have the capacity. It's going to be a whole lot of we don't have the capacity from people across the board, but definitely black folks, definitely black women. Huh?
So we don't have the capacity.
Tears and all. We have been documenting women, namely black women, with all the single by choices talk, single by choice. Shout out to the channel Single by Choices. Huh? Shout out to Jeff St. James, who covered this last night. As I said in the super chat, single by choice equals you can't fire me, I quit. So shout out to all you black women who've been speaking like that for some years now, decades. We gonna see. I don't need no man. All that who wants to be with average anyway. All that I'm not doing 50-50. All of it sound nice. As Charles said, let's see if you're not singing a different tune in the next few years, next decade or so. We don't have the capacity.
So we don't have the capacity.
Continuing.
The inheritance of stuff. Bloomberg recently reported that millennials and Gen Xers aren't just inheriting money, they're inheriting the physical contents of their parents' lives, the great stuff transfer, if they want it. The money moves cleanly, The objects do not. The real battle shaping American politics may not be between generations, but within them. And this massive transfer of wealth makes that impossible to ignore. It all leads to today's poll question at SmirConish.com. Will the great wealth transfer trigger a millennial civil war? Joining me now is Chase Horton. I just referenced him. He's the Associate Director of Wealth Management at Cerulli Associates. Okay, Chase, what accounts for this? Why has it never happened before to this magnitude?
Yeah, Michael, thanks for having me. There's really three main factors that we find are really accelerating our expectations for wealth transfer going forward. The first one is just the broad level of wealth that's been created in the United States over the past 10 to 15 years since the Great Financial Crisis, where on an inflation-adjusted basis, we've seen wealth more than double. Additionally, we're finding wealth is increasingly concentrated among fewer, wealthier households who are less likely to wind that wealth down in their retirement and therefore will be passing it on. And finally, I think the most important demographic shift is the shift in ownership of wealth to older households. Whereas in 2011, we find that households over the age of 60 had less than half of the wealth in the U.S. Today, they have 2/3. And so that really accelerates how much wealth we expect to transfer intergenerationally in the next 20 to 25 years.
I'm going to put on the screen some of the data. It's a
So did I hear that over the age of 60, they have two-thirds of the wealth? Did Mr. Z hear that correctly, or did I hear that backwards? Oh boy. Huh? And where did that comment go from Inspired Truth? I saw it and then I moved away from it, and Telescope says, two-tier society, tears all around, actually. Right? And Inspired Truth, where did that comment go? Where did that comment go? Gives you a second. Let me see. I saw it. I glanced at it. And then... Okay, I can't find it right now. That, of course not. Oh, that's what I get. That's what I get. All right. So did I hear that correctly? Over the age of 60? Continuing.
Screen some of the data. It's a bar graph by the numbers, the great wealth transfer, and this is your information showing $56 trillion, the estimated wealth to be inherited. $56 trillion by baby boomers, 39 by Gen Xers, 46 trillion by millennials, 15 trillion by Gen Zers. We speak often, Chase, of income inequality. This is wealth inequality, and this is unprecedented. True?
To a degree, yeah. It sets to perpetuate the existing level of wealth inequality in the U.S. Due to many different factors.
Perpetuate the already existing wealth inequality. Look, bro, you don't have to use the euphemisms. Call it what it is. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. Huh? Also, shout out to the boomers and all the Reaganites. This is what you voted for. For all of you who, over the past 40 some odd years, didn't climb up into the upper middle class, your children are going now to suffer. All of you folks that thought it was cool, laughing at your TV screen 40 some odd years ago with Reagan and the air traffic controllers, all of you who thought there was nothing wrong with Bill Clinton getting rid of Glass-Steagall, huh? All of you that were like, hey, what's wrong with some mergers with the Telecom Act? Huh? All of you that lived vicariously through Bill Gates in the 90s. Huh? All of you that were for deregulation because you thought you was going to wake up one day and be a millionaire, billionaire. And now your kids and grandkids going to have to suffer. Huh? Now your children and your grandchildren are going to have to suffer. Continuing.
I'm interested in the political ramifications of this, and I'll get to that in a moment with a different guest. But let's not overlook the fact that many among us will inherit nothing. Speak to that issue.
Yeah, I think it's something that's going to affect a lot of people, and everybody, or not everybody, but many people can see $124 trillion moving intergenerational.
124 trillion. And Inspired Truth says, and this is the comment I was looking for earlier: move from working class to asset class or live through the purge. So this is where the nameless protagonist comes in and speaks about Mandalorianism and your political interest. And many of us have been preaching this over the past few years. Shout out to the nameless protagonist, right? And him being ahead of the ball on this and being astute. Shout out to BGS, who essentially is telling us, hey, the bear is going to catch whoever it can catch. And it's not only going to be the women who fall. And also preparing us psychologically that maybe you won't have the resources to take on a woman. And that's not the end of the world. Not in this upcoming environment. Not if she wants to be some type of hyper consumer or she's materialistic. In this type of environment, huh? And y'all coming from humble beginnings, that doesn't mean the world's gonna end. So let's slow down. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. This is not about the world ending. This is not about, necessarily eating dog food, right? Not for the masses of us, at least. But it is about a different way of living and consuming, particularly conspicuous consumption type of consuming. Showing off luxury brands, things that some of us in the middle class and even towards the top of the working class, we would engage in, right? Retail therapy and all that. Maybe we're headed to a world where the masses of us, can't participate in that. Huh? And I would argue that that's going to hurt some men. It's going to devastate women. Yeah. It's going to devastate women. No retail therapy. Huh? Conspicuous consumption gone. All these ideas and notions of hypergamy, some excessive hypergamy, dashed. Huh? America's version of what them dudes in Dubai be having y'all go through. Now you out here eating out of dog bowls. Huh? Now you out here eating out of dog bowls. This is what hypergamy is going to lead you to in this upcoming environment. Huh? Yeah. Yikes. Once again, as Inspired Truth says, move from the working class to the asset class or live through the purge. This is going to be an interesting environment, particularly for the ladies. But it's not going to be a walk in the park for us as men either. Huh? Lion says, unfortunately, the pain in the system will increase. Of course. Of course. But those of us that are in this type of space, we're either prepared or getting prepared. We have a good idea of what's coming down the pike. I want y'all to appreciate. As a matter of fact, let Z don't say that to y'all. Have conversations with ladies. It don't even have to be about the man-woman stuff. Gauge them to see if they appreciate what this environment is currently and what I would argue is what the environment's going to look like. As we've been saying here for a couple of years, shout out to Yanis Varoufakis, techno-feudalism. The technology is going to be dope. right? For those of us that can afford it. But the social and political environment, oh, that's gonna be crap. Huh? That's gonna be crap. Absolute crap. Ah, continue.
Dollars moving intergenerationally, and millennials are going to inherit a lot of that at the end of the day. But a lot of or a great portion of the millennials will not be inheriting any significant or life-changing sums, and people are going to take issue with that at the end of the day.
You and I are having this conversation at a time when the U.S. debt is $38 trillion. What policy considerations do you see? What changes might result from this? Is going to be awfully tempting, I would think, by lawmakers if they're interested in doing something about the debt. Speak to that.
Yeah, of course. It's been an ongoing debate for really decades around the estate tax, how high it should be, how low it should be. We've found that the reality is that estate tax policy in the U.S. has become more lenient over the last 5 to 10 years. But I think if things do shift in a different direction, that'll be something very much on the top of minds of policymakers.
A final question. The recipients, do they know it's coming?
They hope it's coming. They don't know exactly why or how or when the wealth is going to go where it does go. I think something that we find is that there's a lack of communication and education across generations, and that's something that we at Cerulli advocate for our clients in the wealth management space. Is that talking more about the why the wealth is moving and where it's moving is more important than talking about what's moving and how it's moving.
Chase, thank you very much.
And there we go, y'all. The ladies will be eating out of dog bowls. Either literally, figuratively, or more likely. Well, figuratively, that's the most likely. That's going to happen. But it might happen literally. And if it happened literally, then it's definitely happened figuratively, so that means both. Huh? The ladies will be eating out of dog bowls. Figuratively, maybe literally, and if it's literally, then that means both, literally and figuratively. Oh man. Huh? As Mr. Shook to you says, you will eat from dog bowls and you will love it. That's what it looked like, bro. That's what it looked like. Let's read Kunguru's comment. And Kunguru says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Kunguru says, Z, millennials are a politically dead group. Gen Z will start getting power before us. Our reign on top was short like leprechauns. I don't think Gen Z is large. I know Leon damn near hasn't memorized the population numbers per generation, but I think Gen Z is even less of a population. I will say though, and shout out to Compassionate, who continues to stress millennials in particular, Gen Z too, but millennials in particular, and I would argue younger Xers being asked out to the market. And what that did to us psychologically with all the television commercials and advertisements and then social media, all the fake ass reality TV shows with all the things, the sparkly look at me things and women, to be fair. Right? Right. So yeah. Huh? So that yeah. So Guru, the millennials are cooked. They are. They are. I don't think Gen Z's not cooked though. They're cooked also. Right? Because Xers were a smaller population than boomers. And Xers didn't have money like that either. Xers didn't have money like that. Huh? So, Xers had the culture, but Xers didn't have money like that. It's gonna be interesting to see what the Xers leave their Gen Z children, the oldest of Xers, better yet. Right? So let's play this clip from Real Talk with Yanni. Right? And let's
people want to talk about kids, but they just increased my premium for my health care from $350 to $524 with a $1,500 deductible. Don't talk to me about kids. Do not, I repeat, do not talk to me about kids. Let's talk about this country. Let's talk about health care. Let's talk about child care. Let's talk about child care. Do not talk to me about kids. Y'all are crazy. I'm trying to figure out how people are making it with kids. I make good money, y'all. Like, this is crazy. I'm only one person. Why is my premium going up to $524? That is ridiculous. Do not talk to me about them kids, because y'all just gonna make me more mad and y'all gonna piss me off. I forgot to mention, I don't take medication. I only need to see the doctor once a year. I only need to do the womanly exam once a year. I just need to see the doctor once a year. I don't need to be in there every other week. It's not like car insurance where it's, okay, I'm using my card pretty much every day. The doctor only got to see me once. That's it. I'm not on medication. It's just so ridiculous. This is America, though. Y'all talking about, oh, he gonna make America great. Well, where's the great? Where's the greatness? Because I've been waiting. I've been waiting to see the great.
Yeah. Yanni, who's earning well into the six figures, has a YouTube channel and all, single, no children, over here being like, God damn. See, Yanni, if you was with a government worker, see, you live in Texas. You and a young government worker, he would have you on his health program, I said health program, health insurance, and he would be paying all of $107 for you. Shout out to Army Osei Frimpong. This is something that Mr. Z knows also. Because anyone who's ever been around local city workers, local officials, government workers, you appreciate this. Somebody has to be the anchor, whether it's the wife or the husband, with the super stable they work for the post office or something like that. They work for the city, they work for the county, and yeah, they don't get paid that much, but it makes up for it in benefits. And they co-pay at the hospital is something stupid, $15 or something, $20, right? For health insurance. That's what they come out of pocket. Somebody has to be the anchor. And then the other spots could go out there and blow the money on whatever business idea they have. Hopefully a catch, it's probably not. Right? But somebody has to be the anchor. But when you're by yourself and you're single, well, $524. Huh? And Lion says, check your Cash App. I saw it, and thank you. And Lion says, what money? Right, and thank you for the Cash App. Thank you for the Cash App. Talk about that. How does Dr. Thunder say it? This shows that the Cash App is accessible. It works. Cash App function is working. But yeah, Lion, look, yeah, and I'm going to do a part 2 to this. And I'm going to play this again on part 2, but I'm going to do a part 2 to this. Huh? And Lion says, nah, won't be blowing money on Ish. Put that money away. Huh? And Victor Solomon says, She should switch insurance companies. That's wild. LOL, 500 a month. Yep, that's what she said. Huh? Ah. And Vince says, all hell Balamuccio says, she traded being a beneficiary to be a provider. Goofy. Indigo, where you at? You's a provider now, boo. Huh? Yeah. That's hysterical. Relevant says she's about to be in H&M with B Simone. I get what you're saying with B Simone. Hysterical. I'm not gonna read that, Cheryl. That's hysterical. Oh well. You see, Vince beat me to it. He said, "You're a provider now, boo." Huh? Exactly. Exactly. Huh? Yeah. Y'all were talking real reckless when it looked like the environment could sustain that. Huh? Taking this for granted. Status quo-ism. Pronounce it correctly, Z. Status quo-ism. Huh? I played the clip from Then and Now. I don't have it right. Well, talking about Then and Now. I don't have it right now. But he compares some of us in the West, particularly in America, even though he's from the UK, in our understanding of progress and the Russian understanding of history and progress. And we assume that things will continue to move in a quote unquote upward and right trajectory. And maybe it doesn't. Maybe history isn't a smooth line up and to the right. Maybe it's not. And for those of us who are students of history, whether you took it in college and university, or you just watch a bunch of documentaries like Mr. Z, and you read some books, read some articles, you appreciate in every civilization, in every society, there's ups and downs. It wasn't a constant up and to the right of progress. And that's what you consider progress. And what we see now is, before we even mention race, as Americans, we assumed, and I'm saying we loosely, I know not many of us in this room, that the bar would continue to go up and to the right. I say this often. The one thing Mr. Z disagrees with Martin Luther King on is that the arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice. I don't know. Mr. King, I don't know about that one. That's the one. That's the one thing. That one. Because Mr. Z's view of history, it's a whole lot of warlords that did whatever the hell they wanted to do. A whole lot of creeps. A whole lot of pedos. A whole lot of boss hogs. And yes, live by the gun, die by the gun. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Yes, some of these people passed gruesome death, but some of them just passed of old age. How many pacemakers did Dick Cheney have? Ooh, Z, you went there. What's his name over there in that little slice of Europe? He's still here. He's still here. That president from the 90s and his wife, they still here. Just aging. Ronald Reagan, even with Alzheimer's, just, these folks got blood on their hands and all. What that mean? Huh? So that arc of history is long, but bends towards justice. I don't know. Krabby says Kissinger made it to 100. You see what I'm saying? Zbigniew Brzezinski, how old was he when he passed? Huh? These people be living to 78, 85. How old was Jimmy Carter? Well, Jimmy Carter, he's a little bit of different history, but still. These people be living till 95, 100. Huh? Oh, see, Detroit already beat me to it. They make it to 100 as slowly to their age, just like Jimmy Carter. You see? So, Darina Revised says Pinochet lived a long time. You dropping people out of helicopters, bro. You was dropping people out of helicopters. And you lived a long time. Your predecessor went in there, tried to nationalize the resources, was going to bring socialism to Chile, and Milton Friedman and the Chicago boys had a different, with their neoliberalism crap, had a different idea. Nancy Pelosi, another one. Huh? Be living old as hell, 78 years old, 83 years old, 92. Huh? St. Cyr says Leopold lived to be 74. One of the worst, what do we call colonist? Lived to be 74. Did he even ever set foot in Africa? What was he in Belgium, right? These people get to live a long time. Very few. Stalin, they died in their 50s or 60s or something like that. These folks be living until, like I said, 79, 77, 82, 87, 93. Huh? Kunguru says, Z, I just had a baby and the bill was $56,000. So we have to be honest in America about this money thing. Particularly us as black folks. Shout out to the black conservative brethren. Let's not pretend like medical debt isn't the #1 debt in America. It ain't Jordans and weave, bro. It's the fact that Kunguru just had a kid and cost him $56,000. Huh? It's not Jordans, bro. It's not 24-inch rims. What is Mr. Z talking about? It's not 28-inch rims. Huh? Congruous says 56,000. And so this also speaks to what we covered a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago at this point, with base camp, right? Black folks over the 50% line, that's 50% of income. That means in America right now, the median income is $43,000 a year. So I don't know if when he said over the 50% line, was he talking about median or average? Either way, average is $64,000 a year. That's what your average American earns. Median, which Mr. Z likes to go off of, that's a more accurate reading, is $43,000 a year. So over the 50% line, we have a lower birth rate as black folks than our white counterparts. Yeah, because what does it cost the black person to earn 55, 63, 72, 84, 95, 120, $150,000 a year? What does it cost you in time, in energy, in money? How much money does it cost you to make more money? Huh? Yeah. Huh? Yikes. So this wealth transfer, and this is why, and I made sure to clarify. This was over a year ago. BGS had a afternoon stream, and Black Uru was on there. I was on there. I can't remember who else. Lion might have been on. There was a couple of brothers that were on there, and the generation conversation came up again. And Mr. Z made sure to say, no, 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 wait. Now, white boomers destroyed the world. White boomers destroyed the world. I know some of us got our issues with black boomers, but on the money tip and on the political tip, no, that was white boomers. Huh? And now, if you're not individual white boomers' children, or, and this is where the women come in, if you don't marry their sons, shout out to all you women of color and even you working class white women, we know it's going to be a scramble for them elite white dudes. There's already a scramble for the elite white dudes. Yeah? If you didn't manage to get into that class, because the vast majority of us as Americans did not, huh? Then all you did was allow for these folks to hoard all the wealth and the opportunities. And now, increasingly, and this is why I think we need to come up with some type of legislation on something here. Now, you can't even feign keeping up with them through labor. Miss me with the investment talk. Every time I hear it, it changes. It's like 10% of Americans own 90% of stocks or 80% of stocks, something like that. Every time I hear it, it says something different. So 20% of Americans own 80% of stocks. Either way. Huh? Exactly, Telescope. You got to be white boomer adjacent. You better be that slim, dark-skinned sister that married her a millennial white dude who about to get $500,000 from his dad, $250,000 from his mom, and 2 properties. If you not her, then shut the hell up. Huh? What that white dude that's walking around that says, "Look, I don't want to deport the Latinas, the big booty Latinas." You better be a cute face, big booty Latina that end up with him. If you're not, shut the hell up. Shout out to you Asian women. Asian women said, "Don't bring me up, Z. I've been on the white man Pete. I hear you, Asian women. I hear you. Asian women said, "Don't bring me up." Huh? We already knew what time it was. We've been messing with the elite white dudes from the beginning. I hear you, Asian women. I hear you. Huh? As Telescope said, white boomer adjacent. Shout out to Tone Talks. Shout out to Yvette Cornell. Mr. Z couldn't get the name out. Yeah. You either a white boomer's child, an elite white boomer, upper top 20% white boomer. You're either their kid or you married their kid. Huh? Or maybe you're their kid's bottom B. You're their kid's side chick or side dude. Huh? Ah. And the title once again says, "What money?" What money? And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Detroit says, "The state made me pay $82,000 that were owed." $82,000. 82,000. Ah. Huh? Jesus. 82K. That was that. I hear 82. We might as well say 100. We might as well just round up and say 100. 82,000, Detroit. Damn. Damn, son. Where'd you find this? uh, Thank you for the super chat. $82,000, y'all. Saint Sir says, Z, they think all white dudes are about to get that inheritance. Nope. And the beauty of being a white dude is you can look like that guy. You can cosplay that guy. Huh? At least for a little bit, you could cosplay that guy. Be prepared for somewhat tall, good-looking dudes. It's gonna be a whole lot of Danish deception going on around here, y'all. There's gonna be a whole lot of Danish deception going around here, and it's not gonna be just on black women. It's gonna be everyday white women. Huh? It's gonna be black women. It's gonna be Latinas. It's gonna be Asian women. You're gonna wake up. You would have been the one to come out the pocket. How much money for the Danish deception guy? There's gonna be a whole lot of white dudes who can cosplay like they got left $500,000, $250,000, a couple of properties because they're white. Huh? And Lion says only 5% of white dudes seeing this money. Yep, and guess what? Really, I want to say about 20. Nope, 50% of them could pretend like they did though. Clean themselves up a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, only 5% of white dudes. I would say more like 10. I would say more like 10. Either way. Lion said 75% gonna pretend though. You hear me? And that, look, I am not about. We talk about generational wealth here, and let's have a conversation about that. We speak about generational wealth here because the goal is to give our children a nice little nest egg, a nice little jump as they become adults, right? Even if we live relatively old, okay, fine. By the time we pass away, our children are in their 40s, but we leave them a nice little something. And we leave our grandchildren who are coming of age a nice little something, right? We're not a burden as we pass. They got to go out panhandling for burial money, right? For funeral money. Okay, cool. You hear folks talk about generational wealth all the time. We never talk about being on the wrong side of someone else's generational wealth. Ooh. And we're about to see what that look like. The masses of us as Americans, not just black folks, especially black folks, we're about to see what it looked like to be on the wrong side of someone else's generational wealth. These things don't exist in a vacuum, everyone. Huh? That's why and shout out to Smirkonage, that's why you see him speaking about, is this going to cause a millennial civil war? Because if labor's not given what it should, shout out to black women, given what it should have gave, right? If labor's not given what it should have gave, you have this insane wealth transfer happening, and you have the automation of certain jobs and careers, and even some of the stuff that we told folks to go to school for. We're not talking about the folks that went to school for underwater basket weaving. Huh? We're speaking about, give me a second, online. We're speaking about but reckless. As a matter of fact, I should put that up. I should actually put that back up. Reckless stream, so you know why. But I'm gonna let you up in a minute, Line. And it's only for Line, everyone. This link is only for Line. But yeah, so we're not speaking about the folks that went to school for underwater basket weaving. We're speaking about the folks that went to school for what we told them to go to school for: STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, right? The folks that and we're watching as at least for some of them, they're getting nicked. They're getting nicked. Okay, the economy is shifting and changing, and we have different priorities, or automation has come in, machine learning has come in, and maybe we don't need as many programmers as we used to. Okay, cool. All right, cool. But what are we going to do with all these people? What are we going to do with all these people as the great wealth transfer happens? Huh? That's the question. Relevance is my little sister spent 40K for a Camry. Look, if that's how much I think so they're gonna keep the Ultima for another year, 2026. And I think I was watching something that said something along the lines like the base price for a Nissan Altima, which is the Camry's rival, the Honda Accord's rival, the Kia Sonata's rival, y'all get it. The Hyundai Sonata's rival and the Kia K5's rival, right? The Nissan Altima is 28,000. So, and remember, that's base. So you put a couple of options on it, it could easily probably get up to 37, 38 plus taxes. Yeah, you're looking at 40. You're looking at 40. So a Toyota Camry, which once again is the Altima's rival and the Sonata and the K5 and all those other full size sedans. Yeah, I could see it. I could definitely see it. With a couple of options on it. Huh? A few options after taxes, brand new car. Yeah, I could definitely see you spending $40,000 on a Camry. I think for some of us Xers, maybe the oldest of millennials, y'all ain't keeping up with car prices. Right? We no longer live in the era of like the BMW 5 Series being like a $50,000 car, a M3 being a $55,000 car, a BMW M3. I'm not talking about the regular 3 Series, a 328 or a 335. No. We live in the era a BMW M3 is costing $90,000 new. That's where we at. Huh? Right? That's where we are. BMW M5s are like 120. Huh? That Escalade V is like a damn near $200,000 car when everything's said and done. I think they're around like 160 son, 170 son. Yeah, put a couple of options and markups. You're looking at 180 something. Might as well say 200. We didn't go to Bentley Bentegas yet or Rolls Royce Cullinan. Y'all don't want to see it. It costs as much as a house. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the $40,000 Camry. Yep, that sounds about right. I think we only have like 1 or 2 cars in America that are under $20,000 base. I think it's the was it the Nissan Versa or something like that, or that Mitsubishi Mirage. I think that Mitsubishi Mirage is under 20 grand, and I think Nissan had a car too that was under 20,000. And I think every other car in America, for the most part, new is over $20,000. All your crossover SUVs are over $20,000. Even that Corolla Cross, which is just a rebadge RAV4, it's the size of a RAV4 from about 20 years ago, because the RAV4 got so big. The Highlander got so big. Huh? Yeah, all the prices of these things are going up. The 3 Series is as big as a 5 Series used to be. The 5 Series is as big as a 7 Series used to be. Mr. Z's not just making that up. They're literally as big as you just see that it's a different design. But the 5 Series is as big as a 7 Series used. That 745 that all the rappers were talking about in the early 2000s, the 5 Series is as big as that now. Huh? The 3 series is as big as an old 5 series. Vince's 10-year car notes. Correction. 15-year car notes. That's what's being proposed right now. 15-year car notes. And so I'm about to put this link down. This is for Lion only, everyone. Y'all already know Mr. Z is reckless right now. We ain't going to incriminate ourselves. Reckless streams, reckless tax in effect. So this is only for Lion. There's a reason why we can't bring up a panel. If y'all get what Mr. Z is saying, don't put it in the comments, right? My mods will snipe your ass. Yeah. What's going on, Lion?
Yo, thank you for. I know it's a reckless stream, but thank you, man. I appreciate. Once again, I appreciate you. But
No,
yeah,
you good, you good.
yeah, Yanni, welcome. Yeah, Yanni.
Oh man.
Any up, boss babe. Any up.
No, look, in an ideal world, Lion and Yanni would have got together and had a fucking 7-foot tall ass son that was gonna end up in the NBA.
No, I can't deal with that mouth, bro. You're not cute enough with that. You're not cute enough with that mouth, bro.
And Lion said, "Oh hell no! Go ahead and pay for $507 for your health insurance, man."
No, but in all seriousness, she's right about that, because the same thing happened to me. In all seriousness, she's right about that, because the same thing happened to me, because I'm with Blue Cross Blue Shield. My shit was about to go from $43 to just over $600. I was like, I'm like, I know my eyes don't deceive me. What the fuck you just
look? We got to look. We got to get a look. I don't want to push my leftist crap on y'all. I really don't. But I catch myself. I'm telling you, I'm putting the brakes on like super hard. I don't want to keep pushing my leftist crap. I appreciate I'm part of the Black Manosphere. We lean a teeny bit more right, but we do have brothers that are on the left in the Black Manosphere. Look, we got to get a handle on this goddamn health crap.
Yo,
this thing is ridiculous, yo.
But that's what the shutdown was about. That's what they were battling over.
Yeah. It was. Yeah.
That's what they were battling over. Now, to me, looking at this shit, I don't know if they won. They don't look like they won. I don't know.
No, because a couple of Democrats folded.
Yeah,
they folded. Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah.
Look, the American people like winners. We like winners, and the Democrats, with all your quote unquote good ideas. Now we already know about them ideas when it comes to social programs and blah 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 and women and all that other stuff. But all these supposed good ideas that's supposed to give the American people some type of floor, y'all propose these good ideas and then y'all don't stand on it.
Yeah.
What's the point of the good idea if you're not gonna stand on it?
At all. You fold like crackers, bro.
You see what I'm saying?
Fold like crackers. But yeah, what
fold like a paper plane, goddamn.
What money? And then the thing that burns me about this, it's funny you play that video, because Fantastic was doing the video talking about OBJ, because I don't know if you heard about OBJ talking about $100 ain't no money. $100 million ain't no money. And I'm like, this is the concept.
Wait, who said $100,000 ain't no money?
Odell Beckham Jr. He's a wide receiver.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I've seen the pictures of him in the pool with the dudes. Anyway, I know what you're talking about.
But yeah, he was going in talking. Yeah, not too long ago, there was an interview and he was talking about how $100 million like ain't no money. And I'm like, you see the contrast. Meanwhile, you play this video with CNN, and we're talking about well, pretty much 2%.
He's right and wrong about that. He's right and wrong about that. We have to slow down here.
Compared
$100 million. That's where I'm going. That's exactly where I'm going. From Odell Beckham's point of view, remember, because of who he is, he could maybe be in the room with a Bill Gates. I'm not saying he's necessarily part of that same class of billionaires, but he could find himself in the same room with definitely a Jeff Bezos. He could find himself in the room with a Mark Zuckerberg. It's possible, right? So if he's worth 82 million, let's say 85 million, 75 million, in a room with someone like that, he's gonna feel like a small fry, right? I can appreciate that.
But the thing
about being
that,
worth, go.
when you say stuff like that, that proves you don't have the mentality on what to do with that money.
There's that, and it also shows that you don't appreciate what that means in the grand scheme of things.
For real.
You're
Like,
only
you don't see the
focused
big
on
picture.
you and above. Exactly. You don't think of you know what, 75 million, that puts me in the 0.1%. I'm not at the top of the 0.1%, but I'm in the 0.1%.
Exactly.
Right? So
Like,
yeah, he don't appreciate that.
yeah, when you say stuff like that, just that, like you make us sound stupid when you say stuff like that, because then you play the video and like 2 to 5%, you hear 2 to 5% of mainly white Americans go inherit that money, go inherit $100 million or something like that, or just $1 million. They about to get $1 million, and you talking about $100 million ain't no money.
We have to be serious here. There are 60 million millionaires on planet Earth. There are 8 billion plus people. 60 million millionaires is nothing in the grand scheme of things. With that, those 60 million millionaires, and obviously when I say that, that's millionaire and above. So Jeff Bezos is in there too, obviously, because he's a billionaire. So 60 million millionaires and above. That's no people, but those are the people that run the world.
Mm-hmm.
And within those circles, the person who's worth only 1.1 million, if he ever finds himself in the same room with Jeff Bezos, you can imagine what he feels like in that space, because he's not looking down, he's looking up, which is understandable. Okay, fine. Yeah. But once again, when you don't have a more holistic, oh boy, talking about leftists, more holistic view of the world and what's going on, then of course you won't feel small.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, but I'm like you, but you ain't even. But the thing about it is, we ain't getting that far in that conversation with someone like him when you say stuff like that. Because, like you said, we're not thinking big picture. But yeah, what money?
Mm-hmm.
Single by choice. What money?
Hey, Jeff St. James, that was a great stream he did last night about single by choice, and I had him laugh when I put that super chat, and then I saw yours too. And it is, as I said, and I've been saying that on the channel, you're not single by choice. You can't fire me, I quit. That's what it is. And appreciate what this is going to look like as this economic environment switches.
Mm-hmm.
With the ladies.
I said something small. I said something small now. Single by choice, aka I can't optimize my hypergamy the way I want to. Yeah,
that's that. And then so you throw a temper tantrum and then claim you didn't want this thing in the first place, which is what Jeff St. James was speaking to yesterday. And this environment's I'm assuming it's gonna be ugly.
Yeah. It's really gonna be the men's single by choice.
It really is.
Men's single by choice for financial reasons. Speaking to what you said earlier in the stream, it's really gonna be the men.
Yeah.
From a financial standpoint, like, you ain't up here upping my money. Because like you said, because all you gotta do is put up that men spend almost $15,000 on their girlfriend per year.
I got you.
Yep.
The average man spends $5,000 to $12,000 more per year when in relationship. I want y'all to appreciate what the ladies are going to be saying to the men as this environment gets a little bit more toxic, as the struggle gets real. They're going to be saying this, maybe not in these exact words, but this will be the overall sentiment, I would argue, for the masses of women.
I'll do whatever you want. I'll cook for you, wait on you, make love to you. I can make you happy, Josh. I can make you so happy. No.
Huh? And so that's how you get the white dude feeding the lady the goddamn food in a dog food in a dog bowl. Mm-hmm. Because how far are you willing to go for stability? I'm presenting to everyone. You're gonna still have women with their pride, right? They're still gonna have their pride. Funny enough, I use that word because then they're gonna be in prides of other women in these cold munching covets.
Two of them are selling cat though. Two of them selling.
Yeah. Yeah, just because they're going to be on a sliding scale. Yeah. You're going to have women that go back home to the cold munching coven, and they're going to, after a long day of selling cat, essentially,
or move in with their parents.
Moving with their parents. It's going to be a whole lot of mix and match how can I find stability thing, especially if you're so dedicated to your quote unquote autonomy.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a whole lot of
yeah.
mix and matching thing. But
Nope.
to be fair, I don't think they're gonna be able to afford even that. I don't think they're gonna be able to afford that.
Probably not. Probably not. Them houses ain't getting no cheaper. That's why that's why like in every comment section, everybody talking about 50-50. I just be like, yo, only 27% of wives are stay-at-home wives. No, most wives are paying bills. You paying a bill or two. Get the fuck over it. You paying a bill or two. That's just where we are as an economy. You're paying a bill. You want to go to work? Take your ass to work.
I keep saying this, Lion, you're only a couple years older than me. Let's be honest, they didn't tell the ladies what it was going to cost them in high school. They didn't tell them in college. They didn't. No one told them. And so that's the bit of grace now. Yes, as the Roger Report says, you got to be held accountable for what you choose to believe in. True. The ladies really thought, and when you talk to your average woman, they really think, as A. Marita, the heavyset redhead, they really thought that they was going to come out here, and because they went to school and because they're doing well in their career, they're going to meet a man at the worst on their level or above. That's what they thought, financially at least. They didn't really think that now the men have a choice to say no too.
Yep.
We still care about your weight. You didn't get to get a pass on your weight because of your income or your status or your education. You didn't get to have a pass on your attitude because of your education and your status and your career.
Yep.
So what's killing them is that at least for the A. Maries of the world, they're coming out here, they earn 120, 150, they work for CNN or whatever the hell. And if they can't meet a dude in that space, they're angry at the world. And they're like, essentially they're raging because where's my man? Y'all told me, because nobody really told them this, but it was implied. Y'all told me that I was going to go to school, I was going to go to therapy, and I was going to find this mythical, magical man who's going to kiss my ass. Therapy. And that's not happening. Yeah. Yeah, that's not happening.
Ain't that dude, they ain't do nothing but turn you into an entitled asshole.
And as Vince says right here, didn't ask no questions, just blind belief. That's it. That's exactly what they were.
That's why
it sounds good.
Questions now, though, because all this talk about emotional maturity, I'm asking women like, who told you were emotionally mature? Who told you that?
Our placate ass parents, the damn boomers.
Who is giving out the certifications and accreditations on emotional maturity? Who is giving this out?
Remember what I said to Joe Scarborough and them. It's not up to you.
No.
I want to say this to every employer, every father to a daughter. I don't care if she's 16 or 50. It's not up to you. It is up to the single men whether your daughter is a viable candidate or not. It's not up to you. It's not up to her employer. It's not up to her mom. It's not up to... Now, y'all supposed to raise her to be viable or be up for consideration for men. But it's not up to anybody whether we choose to pick Ebony K. Williams or not. To hell with Ebony K. Williams' opinion. It's not up to anybody but the single men. And right now, at least for the men she finds attractive, they're returning her back to center.
Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. And like, here's the thing. And here's the thing about that, because we'll talk about men, because there's shit going around talking about like most men don't feel they need to be in a relationship if they're not providing. I'm like, well, this is the thing about that. You may set that out because you don't think you have enough money. As a man who was there and is doing a little bit better now, even when I'm there, you're going to be even more cautious.
Yes.
Naturally.
Yeah.
You're naturally going to be even more cautious.
Well, because you have more to lose now.
Like,
you're older, you're more mature. Yeah.
Because this is where we're at. Like nowadays, like men are like, that bitch gotta have a job.
Yeah.
You got have a job now.
A job, and as Jason Black says, you can't be a behavioral problem.
Nope. No, you can't.
You can't be a behavioral problem. There are these weirdo women. They have a job. They have a cool job. They're making some 55, 58, 60, 62,000. Okay, cool. That's great. Right? That's cool. But you're a behavioral problem.
Yep.
You got a crap attitude. I would like to direct this back to Real Talk with Yanni. That's why you got to pay that $507 damn insurance.
Yep. You better come here, as you say. You better come here with a smile.
Better come here with a smile. But she said, don't tell me about having no kids. I'm not having no. All right, lady.
Okay.
Look, look. All I hear you saying is cope. That's cope talk. Look, we all black men, we grew up around black people. You could tell a sister that's coping. Real talk with Yanni, you bump it against that biological clock. You want a kid. I said that. You want a child. You throwing a temper tantrum because the type of men you find attractive in Texas ain't rocking with you like that. That's number one. Number two, and then you're looking at the financial cost. You realize that even with your good money, you don't want to do it alone. You might not be able to do it alone, and that makes that. Thank you. And that biological urge that scratch right now. Because I remember having this conversation with a East Asian lady, a Chinese young lady that I used to work with. She was 23, and she was like, "Z, I want to have a kid. I could feel that. I could feel that in my body." She was 23, UCLA graduate, and she was telling me that at 23. You trying to tell me, real talk with Yanni, ADOS black woman, she don't feel that? No, she feel that.
She lying. But shout out to. But here's the thing: like you write women like that off who run to that coat shit. The only empathy I feel for the women who legitimately want kids, but see the finance, but looking at it from a financial standpoint, they're like, a lot of money. They're like, that's a lot of money. And then of course there's some women who are concerned about paternity leave. The women who are concerned about paternity leave and stuff like that. I understand those women, but the women like Yanni that just want to fold their arms and puff their face up trying to cope, like I don't want it anyway. Shut up.
Nobody believe you, bro. Nobody believe you. Let me read this. In Brooklyn Finance says, they're black women stifling black progress, de-evolution, right? And it's true. No, you're 100% right with that. And Real Talk with Yanni is an example of that. You should have been off the market. You should have been gone. Especially once you started losing weight and whatnot. You should have been off the market. You should have been off the market 5-6 years ago.
You see, she growing her hair out because she can't afford those hair sessions no more.
Right? Look, you should have been off the market. Look, you should have been off the market 5-6 years ago, Yanni.
Yeah, because
you should have been off the market.
She had short hair. Now she growing her hair out. Yeah, you can't afford to keep them lineups, can you?
Hey, bro, it's real. It's real out here. It's real out here. So Real Talk with Yanni could be making 120, 150 a year, something like that. That's good. That's cool.
I doubt it.
But between the loneliness and the price, look, the price is going up for all of us. You think Mr. Z don't feel this? I feel this. We all do. But when you're not with someone, go.
Don't ask me how much I paid for this edge with the beard. Don't even ask. Right. Don't even ask. I'm
not even gonna tell y'all how much the Z is costing me right now. Y'all gonna be like, Z, what the hell? Exactly. So. Right, like we all feel this, and that's my hobby stuff, right? Even on the everyday tip, I feel that Mr. Z is passing Ms. Z money for groceries and all that stuff. I feel that.
For gamers,
you think I don't feel that?
The gaming in the gaming industry, like dudes, I'm not paying. We looking at the end of the year prices.
Look, I cheat the game. Because I'm bald, and Trell says those lineups add up. Look, I cheat the game because I'm bald. I only got to spend $15 for the edge up for the beard. Yeah, so I shave my head, and then I go get the lineup for the beard, right? Because I don't even want him. You see what I'm saying? So exactly. So I don't even want him to shave my head for me. Right, I cheat the game by making sure before I go to the barbershop, I always shave my head right before I leave. But also because I want him to line it up just right. So what happens is when you let a little bit of new growth, he'll tape it up because my barber tapes it up nice. He'll tape it up, but he'll tape it up kind of weird if I let a little bit of new growth. So I always shave right before I leave so that it's perfect, so he can see where to do the sideburns. Yeah. So that's the way to cheat. But yeah, so it's only $15 for me in and out. Yeah.
Right? No, hell no. Guys like me, nah. I still got a full head of hair. I keep my shit lined up, but I ain't never growing it out. But I'm stubborn. I'm never growing my shit out. That's not for everybody, and that's not for me. I'm never growing my top hair out. It's always gonna be the low cut like that. That's just military life. But I'm never. A lot of dudes get out and grow their hair out. Nah, not me. Nah, I can't do it.
Right.
So I put the money.
But yeah, man.
So I got the funds, but even from the gaming industry, I'm like, these games ain't getting cheaper.
The game's not get and to be frank, like look, we have to have a whole different conversation as Americans on all this private equity stuff, all of this merger stuff, because the products are getting crappier. They're listening to us less. They trying to microtransaction us to death. They're trying to put us in the renters market forever on everything, right?
Like
The you will go.
Like the merger, the Netflix and
Yep,
merger
yep,
takeover. You don't think that
yep,
subscription about to go up?
bro. Look, I'm this okay now. My leftist shit is coming back out. Look at me using profanity. Look, Mr. Z is about breaking up all these monopolies and near monopolies. Look, break all this crap up. Break this crap because okay, fine, y'all are trying to compete against the Chinese companies. Okay, whatever. I don't believe you, but what ends up happening is the prices go up, as Lion was saying, and does the product actually get better? Does the product actually get better? That's the question. That's a good. And does the product actually get better? See? So if the product doesn't get better and y'all merge, so all we have are companies low key that's too big to fail, like the banks were in '08. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like how does the math here?
Yeah, I'm surprised there hasn't been a housing crisis just yet, but like 2007, 2008, because that was crazy. I don't know. I think they're trying to avoid that, like the plague, to keep that from happening. That's why
Blackstone and them just walked in the room.
Yeah.
Right. So like that. Yeah. So that's what I would argue.
Yeah, all this stuff's going up. So when you translate that to the data and mating market, I'm like, there's some men who might not have the funds, but I'm like, trust me, as a man who was there once you get the funds, you're gonna be like, about that. You're gonna be very selective, as you should be, because because $5,000 to $12,000, that's a jump, dude. $5,000 at the minimum for just having a girlfriend.
Look, I got this for you, Line. This is Line right now.
Not being a woman in general, right, ladies? I'm just kidding. It's easy. Shut up, bitches. We have everything. We have everything we've ever wanted, and we're still not happy. I think we're the problem.
Lion said y'all got everything y'all wanted, and y'all still have a problem. Y'all are the problem.
Still bitching. Talking about single by choice. You spending more money being single. Okay,
hey, that is a fact. That is a fact. That's what the Morgan Stanley memo said. All them 45% of women that are single spend more money. We already know they're more likely to be on antidepressants.
Yeah.
We know the disproportionate amount of them are kinless as they age, especially for Black women. A disproportionate number of Black women are kinless as they age. Advocates say they deserve a social safety net too. Yeah, we know as more brothers expand their options, funny enough, Black women want to talk about expanding their options. Yeah, you want to expand your options into munching, because as brothers expand their options, look, and I want to be clear, because I usually say these things that I don't link them the way they need to be linked. When you look at newlyweds, Black men, their interracial marriage rate for the ones of them that got married is somewhere around 24% for newlywed Black men, right? Now, when you look at Black women under the age of 30, because this right here is specifically under the age of 30, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember this correctly, 23% of young Black women now identify as bisexual. Okay, why that matters is not only do the numbers mirror each other, but it also shows that Black women do have a point when they say for every Black man that marries out, that's less of a man for a Black woman. But those women aren't telling the other women like Chrissy to shut the hell up, right? Why that also matters is because those women who had a kid out of wedlock and who have a Black son, they raise their light. You didn't see this earlier. They raise their Black sons, well, to sound like this brother.
One of the funniest things to me is how much patriarchy has the Black community in a chokehold, when in reality, our family and community structure is a matriarchy. And there's going to be a whole bunch of niggas saying that I'm lying and women can't lead, but please shut the fuck up. Your granny is the head of the family, bro. And it's not funny, but it's sad that y'all are just this willfully obtuse, bro. That's literally the oppressor whispering in your ear, dog. You know what I'm saying? And you need to dismantle that and dissect it. and deal with that in your own time and not make the rest of us suffer for your own active ignorance and stupidity. And it's crazy to me that black women are our literal lifeline. They have led food into our mouth. They have led clothes on our backs. They have led a roof over our head. Like, what more can folks even ask for, dog? The best way to describe black women in the black community is they are like the Illuminati or the Akatsuki of the black community. They have allowed black men to live in this illusion of power that helps sustain our egos as we deal with white men, when they are the ones handling the real business in the background, and just allotted us this illusion of power just to keep the peace. And there's going to be a lot of little meat men that's going to get in the comments saying that I'm simping and I'm pandering and all this other stuff, but I can tell that you don't read, and I can tell you're one of the children that should have got left behind. And it's sad whenever I make a video talking about like misogyny, patriarchy, you know, protecting women, respecting women, all that different type of things. And I'm getting comments saying thank you. Like, you know, I appreciate it and all, but that's the bare minimum, bro. I don't know how the rest of these dudes grew up, but I grew up in a family that's 90% women, 10% men. I'm like one of 5 men born in a single generation, dog. For every one boy, there's like 9 women that are born in my family, bro. And if you want any idea of how the women in my family are, go watch The Woman King, go watch Black Panther. No, I'm not exaggerating. Me and my sister's relationship is literally like Shuri's and T'Challa's. My aunt and my cousins be moving like the Dora Milaje. They will beat your ass, and I have seen them beat people's ass. They beat my ass. I've seen them whoop plenty of men's ass up and down the street with no issue. My mom and my grannies are like, you know, Viola Davis and The Woman King, bro. This is not an exaggeration, dog. I can tell stories for days. I don't really have a choice, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm being held hostage. I love it over here. But this is pretty much all I know. I can't grow up in the family that I grew up in and then just go out here and just disrespecting women when every time I see another black woman, they remind me of one of my aunts, my cousin, my sister, my granny. Like, you know what I'm saying? That just don't make no type of sense to me. And then to sit here and lie to myself like they're not the ones in our community with.
That's it. No more. I can't take it.
Wait. Let me say this, because there's only one point where he told the absolute truth, and he tried to correct it afterward. He said, I don't really have a choice. Then he said, I'm not being held hostage here. No. You said it right the first time. You don't have a choice. You said you're one of, he said for every 9, 10 women in his family, there's 1 or 2 boys, 1 or 2 men. Brother, you told us what it is. Yeah. Thank you for coming here, virtue signaling. Good on you. Pat on the back. The women hear you. Your female family members hear you. Negro, you ain't pushing the envelope 1 iota, not 1 scintilla
at all.
The young men heard you. They know, hey, we got brothers that grew up just like you, and those brothers are either LGBTQ or skedaddling around down the road holding a Latina woman's hand. That's what they doing.
Yep. That's it. That's pretty much where you either wear those shackles until you keel over, or you break, or sooner or later you have enough and you break free. But the way you sounded, dog, yeah, you're gonna be there. Yeah, you're gonna be there. You're gonna be there. You on TikTok? Yeah, you're gonna be there.
Saint Cyr says he even insults like a black woman, little meat men. I heard, bro, and when I heard that, that's exactly what I thought too.
Like his mannerisms is like, oh my God.
What's sad about this often is like you see these brothers, right? And sometimes these brothers are straight brothers. They like women. They find women attractive. But as Saint Cyr picked up here, they emote like women. They process often like women. And then when this brother finds that, but he has the look. I'm pretty sure he might not struggle with ladies, but when they see your attitude, then they say black men, black men who have been raised a certain way by a certain type of woman. This brother is the brother that actually think y'all women mean equality. And when he give that to you, then you're like, wait, that's not what I meant. I meant.
That's what I'm saying. But that's
protect, provide, and shut up. That's what I meant. Go ahead.
No, but that's why I push back on what you're saying. Like, he probably doesn't have. No. He does. Yes, he does. Because he goes out there with that attitude. And then he see what the real world, what women really think, and now he's confused. But he's just playing. But the fucking matriarchy is so strong within him. He's not snapping out of it. Oh, he hasn't learned that lesson. Honestly, I don't think he's learned the lesson yet. Because once he learns the lesson, he'll stop talking like that.
I mean, at the end of the day, this brother just reminds me, but he don't look like he has the same type of contempt of Alvin from waving the red flag. What you see from this is not somewhat of an FD signifier, Little Bill, right? Because he don't have the same like contempt for black men that I think I see in Alvin from waving the red flag. But it's all on that same ideological line, right? Alvin from waving the red flag, FD signifier, Lil Bill, Omeezy, all these folks And they'll tell you, I was raised by a single mother, or I had this situation. I saw my mom, who was smarter and more educated than her black male peers. The black male peers tried to son her, and so these are now grown men who might have been witness to someone disrespecting their mother when they were 13 or 12 or 8 or 15 years old. And so now, when me and you speak, that's what they harken back to. What these brothers don't appreciate. Oh, and I think FD does appreciate it, actually. The FDs do appreciate, the little bills do. What they don't appreciate is the masses of black men who also are raised by single mothers. We appreciate that you can't do nothing with these ladies. That's why you see so many black men dating, marrying out, or if they find black women physically attractive, they don't want to leave them, they pipe, and they make sure not to have no black wife, no black girlfriend. They stay putting women on the carousel.
The one question I would ask him, I'm like, all these women you talking about in your family, are they all single? How many of them are single?
We know that, but they got to be single. If he said it's a bunch of women and like 2-3 men, they got to be single. But see, when mention my uncle such and such who married my aunt or who married into the family, he didn't say none of that. So it's a bunch of single ass women. That's all.
And that don't tell you nothing, kid.
Thank you. And as the Arena Revive says, because he checked me, and the Arena Revive says, pat on the back, nah, more like pat on the head. And there's a put in there.
You ain't
but
getting
yeah,
no pussy. You ain't getting no pussy from doing
no,
that.
he might. Well, he might, but not from doing this per se.
I severely doubt it.
Right. Here's what I'm saying.
Doubt it.
He might be. He might. I won't disagree all the way. What I will say is, what ends up happening is brothers like this sell this BS. The men are not signing up for it because the second we put this on women's shoulders, they crumble, they fumble, and they're resentful.
Play the Yanny video again.
Right. Hey. As a matter of fact, I want to know. I'm not gonna play the Yanny yet because I want to play the something because a brother said something in the comments. I'm gonna go look for the comment and I'm gonna play them back to back. There's a reason why I'm not gonna play the Yanny yet. Give me a minute for that. But going to this, as the Arena Revive says, I played this earlier because I wanted to kind of tie all of this together on the what money. As Lion said, what money? Brother, black men still earn more than black women. Black employed men still earn more than black employed women. We are not, and the article that says, men in relationships spend what is it, $5,000 to $12,000 more per year when in relationship. That also includes black men. Black men are not going to subsidize your roguish boss hog black women. Black men are not going to subsidize women who believe in protect, provide, and shut up. We ain't doing it.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Black men are not doing that. We're not signing up for that. We're not doing this.
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
What ends up happening is black men like that brother with the dreads, they don't speak about, or at least they don't factor in, that the black community is full of black women that think like the two women I just played. Black men are moving accordingly because the black community is full of women like that who either say it overtly like what I just played, or they act out this sentiment. We're not subsidizing your leadership. Go lead some other women and go munch on each other. We're not subsidizing your leadership, ladies.
Y'all gonna have to click up and go build them mascara.
Hey, I said the co munching coming.
We know y'all ain't gonna do it, but that's your choices. You either sit here and shut the fuck up, or you go build that mascara.
Okay, we sit it, and let me read this. And Better Use says she got to pay her co-munch to get them services. Look, we already appreciate 23% of black women under the age of 30 now identify some type of bisexual. I said this on my channel. I've said this in a super chat on Jeff St. James' channel. Ladies, your autonomy cost. your middle finger to men, black men in specific, your antagonism to black men in specific, it's gonna cost you obviously a black man worth a damn.
Mm-hmm.
It might cost you stability. It might cost you your dignity, which I don't know why I couldn't get that word out earlier. You might be eating out of dog bowls. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna cost you. It's your autonomy, your middle finger to black men is going to cost you.
It'll cost you. It may cost you a little. It may cost you a lot. But it will cost you.
And that's all it is.
Looking at you, Yanni. Yeah.
And I'm gonna play that clip right now. But let me see. As a matter of fact, if I can find that comment. Wait a minute, because someone said.
Bet your black ass now to cover that health premium.
Wait, say that again?
I was like, I bet Yanni. I'm like, I bet your black ass wish you had a man now to cover that health premium.
Yeah, but you know that the real talk with Yanni's they true believers. She's just gonna thug it out. I think she earns enough money where it hurt, but she's just gonna thug it out, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
But that complaint right there is a crack. I see the crack.
Oh no, that crack exists, but she gonna thug it out. She gonna try to because what you're seeing with that is the crack. You're right. She doesn't appreciate that we see that chink in her armor.
Funny thing is that it doesn't end there. That health premium. Oh no, this is just the beginning, ma'am.
Hey, she gonna try to thug it out. That's what I'm saying. She gonna try to thug it out and pretend like she's all right. And this is the cost.
99% of women won't.
Well, they can, and it's hurting her. That's why it's a great thing that I played that, because it's even hurting her. So, like you said, the 99%, they can't even pretend. They're going to pretend.
Yeah, y'all can't afford it. Yeah, the rest of y'all can't afford to be single.
Yeah, which is if whether they can or can't. If you're not on a black man's program, then you get what you get out there in the elements.
Get what you get what you get.
Yeah,
that it is. You get what you get. It's funny because that ties in, because I don't know if you listen to Media Man, because he's trying to do the balance thing, and he's writing these long. It's pretty much a long form article, like pretty much saying I get bitches though, and because he's talking about men. I'm like, just because you opt out, it's pretty much like trying to shame men about opting out, quote unquote, opting out of the dating game or whatever. He was like, just say you quit and you don't want to improve and this and that. And my thing, I'm like, my thing is, you write this article as if you think that women are out here on the dating market.
I saw it.
Yeah,
I saw it.
But you make this whole thing. I'm like, this is a false premise, because you're acting like you got women out here operating in good faith.
Here's something to consider, and shout out to Media Man. I think Media Man's a younger Xer. When Media Man, I would argue, if you're listening in, Media Man, or if whoever's going to snip this and send it to him, Media Man, you're right. And I as a millennial, I would rather the brothers, black men in specific, not throw their hands up and not give up. I agree with you there. Here's the issue. Millennial men and definitely Gen Z men don't see that as the insult that some of us older millennial men, some of us Xers, and definitely boomers see it as. What they're saying is the system. Thank you. The system is so toxic between the money situation, between the women, that if I can live a minimalist life and I can afford to live my minimalist life and get a few knickknacks and find a few good experiences to have, that's good enough for me. When we call them quitters and losers, it does not elicit the same energy that it would have for an older millennial or an Xer. I'm not saying for the entire Gen Z generation or for the younger millennials, but I am saying a disproportionate amount of them are like, okay, and
you forget,
the insult
men can buy direct now.
Yeah.
Just buy direct.
Direct to order vagina.
Yeah. Men can buy direct now. You forget that too.
That's hysterical. True, but even if they don't, look, if the ladies said, well, you can't afford me, and if you and all that talking, and who wants to be with average anyway, and I love it here, and I'm gonna play it in a minute. I love who I am, as Amory said. I love who I've become. If the ladies said that, and the ladies are saying, as one of the women from Pop the Balloon said to one of the brothers, "Oh, so you're saying you can afford me?" Then the men are saying, "You know what? You're right." Media man, the issue isn't the one individual man, or in this case, one individual black man that says, "You know what? I am 28, 30 years old. I earn $40,000 a year. Me and my roommate could afford this apartment. I drive a 15-year-old Toyota Tacoma, and I'm good. Like, I still get to go out of town. I still, if I save up my money, I could do this. I get paid vacation, blah, blah, blah." The issue isn't him. The issue is that he's not overproducing for a wife that he would have had 20 years ago. And because of that, she may not ever have a kid, or if she does, she's gonna be struggling. That's the issue. The brothers are throwing their hands up because what incentives have we put on the table for young men to overproduce and subsidize these women? Media man, appreciate this. I know you have a daughter. I'm pretty sure you raised a pretty productive and responsible daughter, but the masses of men, white, black, Latino, Asian, and otherwise, didn't. They raised spoiled brats. And what the men are doing, the young men are responding to the environment of your spoiled brat daughters and saying, "I'm not going to subsidize that bitch."
And you forget about the thing about this. You completely disregard the men who do improve, who do the self-improvement. You're talking to men like me who do the self-improvement in damn good shape. And I'm like, no, get the fuck out of here.
That's all it is. And I gotta say that to media man. I gotta say that to brothers. Like, you could see Black Uru has 2 daughters. BGS has 2 daughters. They don't feel slighted when we talk like this because they know we're not talking about their daughters in specific, because you could tell how involved they are with their daughters. I'm gonna say Frimpong, Funky Academic has 2 daughters. They know we're not talking about their daughter.
Those men are telling their daughters the truth.
And you see what I'm saying? And you could tell, especially for Funky Academic, he on their head tough, right?
Like, hey, listen, you got work to do.
Thank you. So we're not speaking about your daughters in specific, but we are saying, as a generation, millennial women, Gen Z women, and upcoming behind them alphas, we're not going to subsidize them, because let's be clear, once again, men still earn more than women, and media man, even from your data, black employed men still earn more than black employed women. We have more businesses, we employ more people, etc., etc. We're not going to subsidize the masses of women under the age of 60 are not, quite frankly, they're not worth it. Financially, they're not worth it. They're not worth it.
So you're talking about getting in this dating market and getting some woman wise. Just having a girlfriend is $5,000 to $12,000. You think men are paying that much money out for a headache?
You see what I'm saying? It was a different. You know what, we're talking about that. Okay, what money? Let's go to it. In a different era, our fathers could afford our mean ass mothers. Our grandfathers could afford our roguish ass grandmothers, who were still playing their role to a certain extent.
And
they could afford us. Wait, because I'm going somewhere with this line. Real quick. They could afford our grandmothers and a side family. Appreciate what Mr. Z is saying. Our grandfathers and great grandfathers, especially our grandfathers, could afford our grandmothers and a whole side family. And he was just a trash collector. Right, he was just the trash man.
Making 30,
appreciate
40
this. You see what I'm saying? So well, with inflation, that was a lot of money back then. But
real quick line,
because I'm trying something. So now, the young men, with what's going on with the economy and the price of things, and the women's absolute insane, delusional, quote unquote, standards, these young men are looking at their wallet. They're looking at the women, the masses of them, not all, but the masses, and saying, for what? It's that simple. For what?
Yeah.
The women are too expensive and they're a-holes.
Because to your point,
go.
To his point about because what he's saying about the article, like, don't be mad because the women in the market made an assessment of you. I'm like, you think that assessment is coming from you think that assessment is coming from a healthy place? You think these,
Even
you
if
think
it's
these women
not,
making these assessments are actually attractive? You think these women who are making the assessment, who are making this damn assessment, actually got their head on straight and are actually reasonable?
look, Lion, even before we get there, can you get it? I don't care how toxic your delusions are or what informs them. You could be informed by something straight out of the goddamn lowest parts of hell. Can you get it though? And if you can't, then how do you then cope with that in our environment? And what you see is that you have a whole lot of trigger happy, resentful, little spiteful troll ass women that nobody want to call them that. That's toxic as hell. That's trying to drag other women with them to the deepest, darkest parts of hell, loneliness, and single. And it's because they're resentful that whatever they thought was supposed to happen with whatever man didn't manifest the way it was supposed to.
Q Shorty from the Scott Galloway video on Oprah.
You see what I'm exactly right? So let me play this real quick. And Krabby says, remember, she loves it here. And so we're gonna play these back to back. And so once again, Krabby says, okay, there we go. And Krabby says she loves it here. So we're gonna play this and then we're gonna play the other one. Here we go.
Decenter men. This is not coming from a place of hurt, trauma. This is coming from a place of peace and happiness. And I just remember when I used to go out and I used to just go out just to have a good time, laugh, great conversations, and just being a personality. My personality wasn't about getting a man. It was just about having fun. And I just want to get back to that. I just want to get back to me. And I'm tired of social media. I'm wanting to decenter men, decenter social media. And I just want to just be about me. I want to be selfish and self-centered as an ex-people pleaser, because everything nowadays is about getting a man, keeping a man, having a man's baby. And it's just too much. And I'm just getting nauseous. Just thinking about it. There has to be more to life than just men. And so now that I have these centered men for my life, I find myself actually having a good time. I go out in social settings. The objective isn't to get numbers, to get a man, to get a date. It's just to have great conversation. And I've been enjoying myself. I have. You know, I'm flirting. I'm having amazing conversations, meeting new people, and I'm just keeping it at that. And I like that. I feel in control, and I like how I have this I don't give a fuck attitude, and it's just very freeing. Whereas before, it was all about getting a man and hanging around women that wanted to go out just to get attention and to get a man. And it's just so exhausting. But now I actually go out. I'm actually having a great time. And I like it. I love it here, actually. I'm just tired of
shout out to Krabby.
These videos. It's a man, it's a woman telling you, get a man, you need a man. You're gonna die alone. And I like being alone. I like it. It's peaceful. And this decentering men thing, I think it's necessary because a lot of women are exposing themselves to like temporary relationships just because they're listening to people online. And I don't know, I think it's kind of cute. I think it's funny because I'm a woman that actually enjoys being alone, right? I enjoy my aloneness. I think it's funny because some women feel like they're one-upping you because they have a temporary relationship. And I'm like, but your relationship is temporary. Even the women with rings, your marriage is temporary. Like, it's not lasting. It didn't last. A lot of women are in situationships, temporary relationships, friends with benefits, temporary relationships. They're just in these temporary relationships because social media is telling them that they need a man, or they should get a man, or hurry up, girl, better get your man before you hit the wall. It's like, it's just too much. And now I have moved to a space where I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. And it feels so good because I just don't give a fuck. And nobody is going to force me to give a fuck. And I like it. And another thing, when it comes to this decentering men, I have embraced my masculine. I've embraced my feminine side. I've embraced my light feminine. I've embraced my dark feminine. I've embraced all of myself. And I love that for me.
A few moments later.
3 years later. Oh yeah, and he's sounding 3 years later, yo.
People want to talk about kids, but they just increased my premium for my health care from $350 to $524 with a $1,500 deductible. Don't talk to me about kids. Do not, I repeat, Do not talk to me about kids. Let's talk about this country. Let's talk about health care. Let's talk about child care. Let's talk about child care. Do not talk to me about kids. Y'all are crazy. I'm trying to figure out how people are making it with kids. I make good money, y'all. Like, this is crazy. I'm only one person. Why is my premium going up to $524? That is ridiculous. Do not talk to me about them kids, because y'all just gonna make me more mad and y'all gonna piss me off. I forgot to mention, I don't take medication. I only need to see the doctor once a year. I only need to do the womanly exam once a year. I just need to see the doctor once a year. I don't need to be in there every other week. It's not like car insurance where it's, okay, I'm using my card pretty much every day. The doctor only got to see me once. That's it. I'm not on medication. It's just so ridiculous. This is America, though. Y'all talking about, oh, he gonna make America great. Well, where's the great? Where's the greatness? Because I've been waiting. I've been waiting to see the great.
And Detroit says, let me read this real quick before you get your laugh on. Detroit says, Yanni used to have the Doc Ock and Frankenstein fade. I bet she can afford them now.
She can't afford the edge up no more. She grew her hair out, and that is not a wig. She legit grew her hair all the way out.
Oh, man. Look, I'm not going to laugh at Yanni. We laughing at the situation. The situation is hysterical. But I'm pretty sure.
I'm just looking at
I'm pretty sure she can afford it, though. Look, this is all I'm saying.
But
go.
Her entire look is totally different.
She did look
relaxed. She putting lipstick on, and then we look at you now. You just like, yo, you okay? Like, you don't got no gun in the house.
No, she did look tired. And no, her.
Like, ma'am, are you okay?
Oh, like, right? No. She just looked tired for real. She might have just woke up, but whatever. It could have been anything. But here's the thing. This is the cost, right? So she said, I didn't catch that the first couple playthroughs. $1,500 deductible.
Yeah.
$1,500 deductible.
Yeah.
God damn. That's a nice car note, y'all. That's a nice car note.
Yeah. She's not lying.
$1,500 deductible.
Nah, you put that. No, but all seriousness, when you we look at the numbers, no, she's not wrong about that. She's not wrong. She's not wrong. Like, yeah.
Look, let me do this. Relevance is stop making excuses, Z. She losing money. Okay, true, probably. But you know what? Why? Okay, let me give y'all a bit of why I speak the way I speak. I purposely give them space in the argument to say, even if I grant you that, you still losing. So I'll say, you know what? I'll overdo it. Let's say Real Talk with Yanni was making $120 a year off of her YouTube stuff. I'll say she's making $150. Let's say, just to kind of prove the point. You're the one. I played these clips back to back to prove it, and I'm still not playing one other one, but I only have the sound clip of Yanni before that whole Doc Ock haircut. 4 or 5 years, maybe 6 years before that, she spoke about, and I played it one night on a stream. She spoke about, hey, I'm gonna go out here, I'm gonna date, I'm gonna go find me a man, I'm gonna go make myself social. And so 6 years or so later, that's her with the decent men talk. But she never will tell you it's because I failed at getting the type of man that I wanted to do what I wanted him to do. So she claims this because, understand this, this goes back to what Jeff St. James streamed about last night. Mm-hmm. It's a power thing for them. They don't want to concede that not considering how men move, what we like, what we think about, and not resenting us for liking what we like is how they got here. Like let me be very clear. Real quick on it. Oh yeah.
You overestimate your sexual strategy and you completely underestimate men's sexual strategy.
Yeah, the other one that you say too, hypergamy doesn't care about your feelings. Yeah, that's the one I was going to say.
Hypergamy doesn't care about women either.
Thank you, that one. So, and that's where I'm going with this. So what ends up happening is that the ladies only line your background. The ladies only speak about one aspect of this, which is Yanni with the short haircut onward. They don't mention the first part of Yanni that was like, hey, I'm gonna come out here, I'm gonna try to date around, I'm gonna meet my man, I'm gonna meet who I want, and I'm just gonna go out and be social. And when they fail at it, that's how you get the Doc Ock Yanni with the decenter man, and I don't care, I don't give a F, and nobody gonna make me give a F. She speaks like that because she failed, but she will not acknowledge that she failed, and more importantly, that it's not men's fault. It's not black men's fault. It's not that she didn't expand her options, right, to non-black men. It had nothing to do with that. It's just what you were presenting, or what you brought to the table. The men that you find attractive and appealing, the men that you like, in aggregate, said, "Nah, I'm all right." Right, so that's the important part. So going back to what Relevance is saying, the reason why I speak the way I do, and if you see it as me making excuses for women like Yanni, I understand. It's because I want to give them as much space and grace to still end up getting to the same point on the other side of the equation, which is you still lost. Yanni, you have the money. Yanni's not an ugly woman. Nice lips, quote unquote light skin. Yanni's not an ugly woman. Yanni, what you said, line? Her soul is ugly. Yo, yeah, right. Yanni's not a. Yanni's issue is that Yanni is Yanni.
Yeah.
Same thing with Kim Foster. Fine, Kim Foster got a man she's been with for a couple years now. Cool. Kim Foster's problem is Kim Foster is Kim. All of these women, their issue is what they want. Ain't gonna mess with them because of that attitude, and sometimes with their looks because of. Anyway, I'm not gonna mention her again. But that's their issue. Go on.
Notice what you just said though, because you said Kim Foster finally got a man. That's what Kim Foster actually accepted who or what she is. She's a chick. At the end of the day, you were Harvard 4 at the end of the day. When she finally accepted it, now she got a man. Yanni hasn't accepted. Yanni hasn't accepted that she's really a Texas. First of all, you're in Texas. So in Texas, you probably a 5.
But you know what too? And Yanni doesn't appreciate too, even though we know there's brothers in Texas that make some good money.
Yeah.
Yanni, you might, if you want to keep that attitude and that personality, there's nothing wrong with that. Yanni, you might have to pay for peeing. And when I say that, I don't mean you literally got to pay for it. That means you're going to have to, you might be the head breadwinner. You might be, and the issue, look, women, if you really meant equality, and Yanni, I will give her that. She never really said that like that. But she did say she don't like her a sassy man. She likes men of few words. All right, Yanni. If you are who we see on the internet, if you're not putting on airs on the internet and social media, if you are who we see you as on social media, with all this personality, with the neck rolling, with the eyes and all this other stuff, and you like a man of few words, you gonna have to buy him.
Yep.
It's that simple. Because
I don't know.
Yanni, with your personality, what we see it on the internet, if you want a man who not gonna throw you out a goddamn window, you gonna have to buy him.
Yeah, she said she like Doc Ock. Well, from right now, she like she went from Doc Ock to stressed out Aunt May.
Right. That's all it is. It's that simple, and that's what a lot of women keep on running into. If you worship your autonomy and you love who you are, you love your personality, you love the way you speak, and you're extra, or at least you don't think you're extra, but men around you that you would find attractive and appealing think you're extra. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a way you could skip the line. There's a way that you could alleviate some of that pressure you feel. You go have to pay.
Because here's the thing, a man, like, so say she is making 120. Yes, that's very high amongst women. A man making 120, that's extremely high amongst men as far as income. That is double the median income of a household. No, he's not just putting up with anything. A man making 120 on U.S. soil? He's not put no. He want a woman. The irony is that man wants a woman of few words.
Yes. So okay, but that's where I'm going with it. One of the issues, even though we know class within class, men and women of the higher classes, even though income in class is not exactly the same. Okay, cool. They're more likely to marry within class the higher up you go, especially college educated with some money. We get it. But it's men that are more likely in those upper classes to marry economically down. Okay, cool. Here's where the women keep on running into a wall. You are supposed to mirror that or stay single and shut the hell up. These women be single, resentful, and tearing up the entire environment because they throwing pity parties and temper tantrums all over the place because they're petulant children. The real talk with Yannies of the world have to appreciate if you're earning 120, 150, and the men that's in the same space as you, in aggregate, you might get lucky and find one, and that's all they hoping for is one. Please God, let me get one of these men that get on my program. Okay, cool. That protect, provide, and shut up, and it just don't be happening. The math don't math. Okay, cool. The men that earn 150 like you, 120 like you, 200 like you, if, as Lion's saying, they want a woman of few words, but you're not that. You're boisterous, you're out there. Okay, cool. It fits with your YouTube persona. Okay, cool. You're going to have to pay for peeing. Now, that doesn't mean those men that earn the same as you won't pipe. That doesn't mean they're not okay with being seen with you in public. That doesn't even mean they might not, chill with you for a few months. Cool. But the whole marriage relationship thing, more than likely not. And that's all it is. And ladies, that's okay. That's why I said y'all not looking for equality, y'all looking for equity. Y'all are saying that more and more. And we understand why, because that equality is kicking y'all in the ass. Ladies, this is what your autonomy costs. Go ahead.
Out here looking like Aunt May. And nobody put up with that shit, dog.
Hey, bro, look out here looking sick. And let me read this from Kunguru. And it's funny. Kunguru says, and thank you for the super chat. Yanni, if you've seen this, let me save you. I need a wife number 2 now. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Look. Like I said, real talk with Yanni's not an ugly woman. She, cool, whatever the hell. But at the end of the day, with women, it's not really about her. She's an avatar to have a larger conversation, especially with the topic, what money? You have everyday $40,000 a year sisters with the same personality as Yanni.
Yep, they not even as attractive as Yanni. I mean, at least
you see what I'm saying?
And attractive. I mean,
and that's the thing.
That's what I said. Dudes will look under the hood when they see her. They'll look under the hood. I don't know if it goes beyond that, but yeah, you got women out here, and back to Media Man's point, I'm like, you got women out here who are 4s and 5s. You talking about they making an assessment and they decide not to go. I'm like, you understand what the fuck these are? You understand the women you were talking about in today's market?
And that's okay, perfect. If the average income is 64,000, so let's say your average man, black man in specific, is making 65,000. He's supposed to pay for and subsidize less attractive, same attitude and worldview, real talk with Yetis? Yeah, nah.
We're gonna take advantage. We're gonna take advantage of that. We're gonna take advantage of that green card shit that Trump put out, and we importing. We importing. That's it. That's pretty much just importing. We gonna import. Fuck all that. We're not dealing with a bunch of 3s and 4s. No. Especially
real talk with Yanni's are just gonna have to pay $1,500 for their deductible. That's what's gonna happen. Go ahead and pay that little $1,500.
That $5,000, $12,000 was like a year for having a girlfriend. That's regardless of looks.
See,
the same places charge the same amount. It don't matter how the girl looks. Prices are prices.
Very important that you said that. Exactly. The restaurant that we going to don't care if you overweight and don't care if you skinny. That $250 plate is still a $250 plate. That $100 plate is still a $100 plate. That $50 or $20 plate is still a $50 or $20 plate.
Them IMAX movie tickets.
You see, that is a good ass point, line. That's a good ass point.
Tickets prices ain't changing.
Look, by the time, because depending on the movie theater, me and my lady got a little movie theater in the cut that we go to. It serves alcohol. You order your food and they bring it to you during the movie. You see what I'm saying? I'm not coming out the pocket $120 for a movie for a chick that's not on my program,
For real.
who's an asshole, who's mean, rude, and snarky. That 120, if I can't spend it on a pleasant woman, I ain't spending it. I'm gonna spend the 60 on me.
Bowling ain't cheap.
See what I'm saying? Exactly.
Going bowling ain't cheap.
No.
Going bowling average, like there's an arcade around my way, like I don't even know. I ain't been there in a minute. I don't know. They probably up their prices, but it's $20. It's $20 a head, but all the games are free.
And Detroit says, "Look, Detroit says, God damn, $1,500. That's what she said for the deductible." Let me play at least the beginning again. Listen.
People want to talk about kids, but they just increased my premium for my health care from $350 to $524 with a $1,500 deductible.
There you go. So that mean it's $5 something a month? Ooh, god damn! Yeah. Hey, bro. So you spending $524 a month?
Yeah, a friend of mine. He's married. He's got a family of 4. I think it's 5, 6.
Hey, but you gotta remember too. Real Talk with Yanni probably got her YouTube thing as a small business or whatever. I don't know if she has her mom or whoever, maybe one of her brothers or her. I think she has a niece. Does she have a niece, or maybe her niece or nephew on the healthcare plan? Whatever it could be. We don't know. We don't know her personally, right? Either way, $524 a month, and then a $1,500 deductible anyway. Oh,
yeah.
God damn! Exactly. Yeah.
You're not wrong about that either. Yes, the deductible. They up the deductible to $1,000, like up to $1,500. Yeah, it's real. That's for real. And then she's in Texas. Yeah. And she's in Texas? Yeah.
Yeah. And make it worse.
You complaining about the voting, though. I'm like, baby, like, sweetheart, you're in Texas. What the fuck do you think was gonna happen?
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, you're in the red state, you're in the Lone Star State, lady. Thank you. And the red state.
You're
Good
in
point.
the red state. The fuck? What? What? No.
Greg Abbott said, yeah. Greg Abbott said, go ahead and pay that $1,500.
Yeah. You're in the red state. Fuck you mean?
Oh. Greg Abbott. Go ahead.
The crazy part is you might want to go ahead and have a kid, because I understand of all the states, I think child support is the most expensive in Texas. I think child support has the highest payment of all the states. If I'm not mistaken.
At the end, and you know what? We're assuming that Yanni doesn't have some type of precondition that she just doesn't talk about on the internet. So that's possible too. That goes with the cost and stuff like that. So assuming she might have something we don't know about, or she might have mentioned on a stream or a video I might have missed. It's possible, right? She's not giving all the details. Right. So yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. You're right.
She's saying she healthy, but I'm like, but you're still paying that price though.
Yeah.
They still same thing with me. I'm healthy too. I don't have to go to the doctor. I'm not in and out of the doctor and on some sort of medication. No.
The Arena Revise already did the math. Arena Revise says 6 stacks a year. Plus, remember, $1,500 deductible because she goes to the hospital at least once a year for the checkup. So really, you're looking at about $7,500, and you did an even number. You did the 6,000 because you didn't add that extra 24. She said $524 a month.
Nope.
So $524 a month plus the $1,500 deductible when she goes for her checkup once a year.
Yeah.
So you're looking at more like
bad now. Do it, man.
Give or take. You're looking at $8,000-ish maybe. 7,800-ish, 70. It's not $8,000. Yeah, something like that. Somewhere around $7,700, $7,600 a month. So, more like $7,700, $7,800 a month type thing. Just on health insurance.
Hey,
damn.
Autonomy costs, baby.
Hey, you see what I'm saying? And look, you could have shout out to all y'all who I need a man that owned the bus. All you fake ass Ebony K. Williams. Real Talk with Yanni could have been doing her thing and been with a government worker, be on his insurance, and she could have been the moneymaker. She could have been earning damn near 2 times as much as him. But on that health insurance,
military or
you see what I'm saying?
Texas has one of the biggest military installations in the entire state.
Look, and guess what? She could have been with a military brother, like you said, earning his 60 grand a year, 65, right? And yeah, you earn more than him, but guess what? Your health insurance, but look, your health insurance was what, damn near free?
Yeah, you get a government civilian because he's most likely he could be a retiree or just someone who served in the military. So he probably got TRICARE. That's just that's just another healthcare thing amongst the military. You get TRICARE, you be good. But you know what? But go ahead, pay for your autonomy though. Go ahead.
Hey, look, if Real Talk with Yanni's autonomy is costing her at somewhere around $7,500 to $7,800 a year. If that's what it's costing Real Talk with Yanni and she earning good money, what the hell is it costing your everyday black women who only make $45,000, $50,000, $53,000, $38,000 a year? There you go.
Them prices gonna be the prices, baby.
Once again to the title, shout out to Lion. What money?
What money? What money? That's all I want to know. What money?
Damn, Yanni is spending car note money on car insurance.
The government just told you. The government just pretty much asked you that question. What money?
Thank you. Damn, Real Talk with Yanni is spending car note money on car insurance. That's crazy. $5.24 a month.
They ain't talking about maintenance.
Yeah.
They
Damn.
ain't talking about maintenance yet.
Damn. Hey, y'all. Look. Once again,
the men
it's gonna cost you
by choice.
Yeah, well, the men are the ones single by choice now. The men are the ones single by choice now.
It's the men who are gonna own that title.
Yep.
Not the women. It's the men who are gonna own it because it's too damn expensive. Because like I said, it don't matter if she's a 4 or an 8. Them prices are still the prices at those venues when you go out.
Yep.
That car note gonna be car note. That rent gonna be the rent, that mortgage gonna be the mortgage, and that HOA. And yes, those taxes are gonna go up too.
Let me say this.
Taxes going up too.
Ms. Z went out of town with younger sister Z and everything. Younger sister Z and Miss Z and Mama Z, they went out of town. This their little Christmas trip, whatever. Guess what? Me and my brother-in-law got to come out the pocket. We're not the ones out of town. They are. You think Mr. Z is not going to be going out of town and working and paying for them to go out of town for a woman that's not on my program? Man, I don't know, with drugs. You think I'm going to pay for her to go out of town and not be on my program? Okay, yeah, that's it. Yeah, right. Shout out to all you ladies who think you're going to get subsidized and not be. Those days are over. Those days are over with.
Exactly.
Mr. Z still working. Ms. Z going out of town for a couple days, and I'm gonna pay for some of that, and she's not gonna be on my. All right. Shout out to all you mean, insufferable a-hole women. Yeah, okay. Let me know how it worked for you.
Yeah. Prices gonna be the prices at these venues. That's another thing. That's why I mean, like, the men are gonna be single by choice because y'all still expect men to put the whole freight. We got Valentine's Day in a couple of months.
Well, for those of you that haven't checked it out yet, earlier this year, and I want to say even last year, Jason Black covered Valentine's Day and everything. And to me, it was a great monologue, great conversation he had. And he's just like, yo, like, yeah, Valentine's Day. Now the ladies are talking about Galentine's Day because what you have to appreciate about the ladies, they can't take a L. They can't take an L because they can't acknowledge that not caring about men's opinions, even more succinctly than that, even more accurate than that, resenting men's opinions, resenting men caring about a woman's weight, resenting men caring about how a woman speaks to him, resenting that maybe the majority of men don't want the out there chick.
Oh,
that's how you get women doing Galentine's Day, because what they're saying is, F you. They're trying to snub men. F you in your opinion. We don't care if you don't subsidize us. We don't care if you don't. We don't need your flowers. We don't need your candy. We're gonna do Galentine's Day. You mean the Valentine's Day where y'all split the check? Ooh, Z. Ooh.
Oh no! I got here. Nah, here come the two punch. Oh no, they do care, don't they, Scott Galloway?
Hey, say that.
Don't they? Oh no, because Scott Galloway seems to have a difference of opinion. Oh no, we need to care because we know the market ain't moving without men's money. Ain't that right, Scott Galloway?
I'm gonna try to bring it up in a minute. Keep going, because exactly. Give me a second. I'm bringing it up.
So the women can play that shit, but no, clearly, if you got Scott Galloway, this huge marketer, millionaire marketer, clearly not no. He may be sandwiching bullshit, but the real thing he's saying is, nah, we need that money.
Well, Scott, what did Scott say to the young lady? Good for you, you go, girl, and it's great that you're pouring into your family and your friends. He called her bluff.
Yeah,
he called her bluff.
He's like, okay, cool.
And but she let the cat out of the bag when she was like, essentially, I thought doing all of these things was gonna, men were gonna find me more attractive and whatever. As your lady,
nope.
But the weight
you
though.
Didn't care. No, that's bullshit. She didn't care.
No, I know she didn't. But quite frankly, and a couple of y'all said this in the comments as I played this video over and over. We could tell from your demeanor, you kind of have a yitchy attitude. And here you go, live.
Hey, Jack. So, Anne-Marie, what did you want to say?
So this has been such a great and enlightening conversation. I have so many thoughts that I want to add. I have to say, for a lot of my friends, we've just completely given up on dating. We're more focused on our family and our friends and our careers. And for me personally, I feel like I've gotten to a point where I really love the version of myself that I've become. I put a lot of work into her. I'm really focused on my career and that emotional independence. And it feels really great to be in that space. So I thought when I started dating again, that would actually make dating easier. But I feel like it's getting so much harder to actually find someone who is willing to come to the table and meet me where I am. So my question for Scott is, as women continue to level up more and more, why do you think that we can't find as many men that are willing to meet us there?
So what you said was really telling, that you're pouring your energy into family, friends, and work. That is very telling. That's more indicative of women than men. And that is, women tend to channel that energy, that romantic energy, or lack thereof, or interest, into very positive things, whereas men sometimes channel it into negative things. The reality is, my message, I'm not here with a message of hope on this, because the reality is, women made socioeconomically, horizontally, and up. Women, generally speaking, and this isn't true for everybody, but generally speaking, women who graduated from college don't want to date men who didn't graduate from college. Not always, but generally speaking. It's the high heels effect. And again, this is an uncomfortable conversation. 50% of women say they would never date a man shorter than them. I think that's bullshit. I think it's more like 80%. I think women instinctively want a dude they feel that could physically protect them. And the problem is, or the issue is, and it's both a wonderful thing, but something that's created knock-on effects in mating, is that women metaphorically are getting taller every year, and men appear to be getting shorter, when I'm saying metaphorically. And the divorce rates have skyrocketed, and 70% of divorce filings are from women.
Look at her face,
and
everyone.
And it's actually for some good reasons. Women no longer feel like they're economically indentured servants. They have their own game, and their ascent economically has not been matched by men's ascent emotionally and logistically. So women wake up and say, okay, I'm making more money than you. You're not pulling your weight at home, and you're kind of not there for me. You're not really noticing me. And so a lot of women are doing the math and exiting the relationship. What I would say is, what you're feeling, quite frankly, I think is what a lot of women are feeling. And a lot of women say there are no good men to date, or there are no men to date. No, there just aren't that many men they'd want to date. And so where I try to go to solutions is, how do we lift up young people such that they're all, or more of them, are economically viable, which I think will, on the margin, lift up or disproportionately impact young men. But just the fact that you said you're self-conscious or aware enough to pour that energy into really productive things means you're going to be fine. I don't think romantic love is the be-all, end-all for everybody. It's really rewarding, but I think you can find what I'll call that sort of purpose, relational love in a lot of different areas. And the fact that you're even thinking about how you channel that energy into stuff that's more productive, you're the role model for young men right now. Not everyone's going to find romantic love right away, or it's going to happen, it's going to take longer. But how do you transfer it into more productive means that make you a better person, a better citizen, a better sister, a better daughter? So anyways, this is a long-winded way of saying, right on. You're being a productive human. You're going to be happy regardless if you find that or not. Look at her face. I just wish more men would take your lead and say, all right, maybe things aren't working out for me romantically. I'm going to continue to work on myself. I'm going to pour that energy into other relationships.
Yeah, that's what Brandon did. That's what he said at the very beginning. So we have another question.
Wait a minute, like, wait, before you go, because let me tell you what she went up there and did.
Look at me. If you were single, if you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm that bitch. I'm single. I don't need.
I'm still here.
I actually really would love a man, and I do need.
I gotta play that again. Because this is what she went up there. Yeah, let me run it back because this is what she went up there and did, and then I'm gonna play a video showing what she actually meant. So when she went up there and she was talking, this is what she did.
Look at me. If you were single, if you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, this is what we say when we're single and we just wanna. Anyway, focus, Medina. Look at me. If you.
Okay, so she went up there and she said that, right? But in actuality, what she was really saying is,
whatever reason, I'm just not allowed to experience love from another person. And yes, although, I don't have that, there are other areas of my life that are flourishing, like my YouTube channel and friendships, and it's giving me opportunity to pour into those friendships and pour into myself, which I think are equally as important. But I think people tend to forget that platonic love doesn't replace romantic love. And so as much as I am fulfilled by, my friendships and, relationships with my family and things like that, it still doesn't replace that desire that I have deep down for something more. And it's hard. It's a hard thing to suppress. It's a hard thing to put on the back burner, and not knowing how long I'm going to be in this season scares me a little bit. And it also scares me to know that it may not ever happen, that it may not ever happen. And so it's just like, I don't know. I don't even know if I'm making much sense in this video.
But this is.
And the men respond. Wait, like one more video. And the men responded,
why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop fucking lying.
Go ahead, Lion. Go ahead.
Nah, and here's the thing. I can appreciate women who are actually honest about that shit, what she just said. And look at the difference. You have this young lady you just played with the glasses, who look way better than Anne Marie, by the way. And she's saying what it really is. And then you got Anne Marie, who pretty much dressed like a fucking leprechaun, talking about, where's my man? Man, get the fuck. No, you ain't gonna be out here dressed like a leprechaun, shaped like a hot potato.
I'm glad you said that. Let's pause right there, because I never really framed it like that, and I'm glad you said that. Amory got up there and said to Oprah and Scott Galloway, I did what y'all told me to do. Where's my effing man? She went up there and said, I decentered men. I worked on myself. I have pictures of me doing the whole sitting in a with my legs crossed thing, and I'm sitting Indian style. I did everything y'all told me to do. I went after therapy. I have a dope career. I'm making money. Where is my man? And Scott Galloway told her. Yeah, maybe you don't get romantic love. And shout out to Saint Cyr who peeped it. He was sneak dissing like a mug. Maybe you don't get now with that attitude. And you know how I realized that? He pivoted on the conversation. What Scott Galloway didn't say, and you saw him pivot. You know what? Let me play it when he says it, because he pivots somewhere because he's supposed to say it. Because remember, I watched a zillion of his interviews. There's something he says there's something that he usually says that he didn't say, and he pivoted. I'm gonna show you where the pivot is.
Hey Jack. So Anne Marie, what did you want to say?
So this has been such a great and enlightening conversation. I have so many thoughts that I want to add. I have to say, for a lot of my friends, we've just completely given up on dating. We're more focused on our family and our friends and our careers. And for me personally, I feel like I've gotten to a point where I really love the version of myself that I've become. I put a lot of work into her. I'm really focused on my career and that emotional independence, and it feels really great to be in that space. So I thought when I started dating again, that would actually make dating easier. But I feel like it's getting so much harder to actually find someone who is willing to come to the table and meet me where I am. So my question for Scott is, as women continue to level up more and more, why do you think that we can't find as many men that are willing to meet us there?
Translation,
so
where's my man?
What you said was really telling, that you're pouring your energy into family, friends, and work. That is very telling. That's more indicative of women than men. And
Give me a second, I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back.
That romantic energy, or lack thereof, or interest into very positive things, whereas men sometimes channel it into negative things. The reality is, my message, I'm not here with a message of hope on this, because the reality is, women made socioeconomically, horizontally, and up. Women, generally speaking, and this isn't true for everybody, but generally speaking, women who graduated from college don't want to date men who didn't graduate from college. Not always, but generally speaking. It's the high heels effect. And again, this is an uncomfortable conversation. 50% of women say they would never date a man shorter than them. I think that's bullshit. I think it's more like 80%. I think women instinctively want a dude they feel that could physically protect them. And the problem is, or the issue is, and it's both a wonderful thing, but something that's created knock-on effects in mating, is that women metaphorically are getting taller every year, and men appear to be getting shorter.
Wait for
I'm saying
it.
metaphorically. And the divorce rates have skyrocketed, and 70% of divorce filings are from women. And it's because, and it's actually for some good reasons. Women no longer feel like.
That's the pivot. That's the pivot right there. What he usually says is the number one reason for divorce, or he implies it is suggested, is money, is finances. That pivot, when he didn't say that right there, I was like, you took it soft on her and all the women listening. You didn't tell them, hey, y'all the ones destroying relationships because you feel like you don't earn enough or because you got promoted. It's not infidelity. The number one reason for divorce is money, and women file for 70% of divorces. When he didn't say that right there, but he says it in interviews. He says it. Now, if he was talking to Richard Reeves, he would have said it. If he was talking to Chris Williamson, he would have said it. Huh?
I think
but he doesn't say it there. Go ahead.
I think he's had interviews with Chris Williams.
Yeah, he has. He has. When he's on Diary of a CEO, he says it. Yeah. Why did he say it here?
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to say because you don't want to crack the whip on these women, but you doing it in a
you want to know why?
Kind of way.
Because
but my thing about it is like just making an assessment of her. I want you to pause it on the picture with her friends because I keep looking at what I really was looking at was that picture, and I was looking at. I'm like, you not the best looking. You probably look like on the low end of the most attractive. Like you're the least attractive one in that picture, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I'm not trying to boast, but I'm making an assessment how men make assessment. Like, if you had a dating and that picture was your profile picture, we're praying that you're not the girl.
Thank you.
We're praying that you're not the guy you find so fucking attractive, and you got to have him. I'm telling you, he's looking at that picture like, man, please don't. You're the girl. You like, man, please let the next picture not be her. Please don't let it be. Please don't let it be her.
So the true, but there's the looks part, but the other part of that is you got up there, you said your talk, and Professor Galloway's response to you, as Kunguru says here, I said Kunguru, sorry, as Joe says here, Joe says, Scott, we never promised you the man. Good luck though. And that he said that also. Essentially, he said that also.
You were never promised the man.
But there's something I want to say to something you said earlier. Though another reason why he pivoted is because he would have had to indict Oprah. Another reason why he pivoted is because he would have had to indict boomer women and older extra women. If he would have said, and women file for 70% of divorces, and the number one reason for divorce is finance, and it got nothing to do with infidelity and character flaw and all that other stuff, unless you want to say that men not earning enough to your liking is a character flaw. And let's be very clear, most of y'all are implying and suggesting that, you just don't got the ovaries to say it. Okay, fine. I would argue that's why he didn't say and women file for the majority of divorces, and the number one reason for divorce is finances. Because he would have said it to Chris Williamson, he would have said it on Diary of a CEO, he would have said it to Dr. Richard Reeves, he would have said it to all of them, but he didn't say it here because if he would have said that, it wouldn't necessarily be directed to A-Marie. It would have been directed to women. Not just women under the age of 30 or under the age of 35 or 40. Nope. It would have been directed to women. Y'all filing for divorces because of money. Cut the crap.
Yeah. Yeah, I found divorce because of money or some things going down with the money. And you know what the men are saying? You know what? Fuck it. I'll just save my money and be single.
And that's all.
I'll just save my money and be single. I'm like, if y'all gonna act like that, well, shit, it ain't nothing to keep my money. I mean,
wait. Let me say this, because I gotta address this line. I need some space. And Dominic says, itchy attitude. That's a bit harsh. I hear you, but it's not up to ladies. It's up to the men. Women have to come to terms with it's the men who decide who gets picked up or not. It's the men who decide whether your attitude is itchy or not. It's the men who decide who's attractive or not. It's the men who decide who deserves to get paid for, subsidized or not. It's up to us. So you can say, oh, that's a bit harsh. My subscribers, they say it was harsh.
No, your subscribers
okay, fine.
say, the subs say, my wallet, my choice.
And that's what Mr. Z is saying. Appreciate this. A. Marie is telling you that other men agree with Z. You want to know why? Because she's on Oprah's channel saying, "Where's my man?" I don't know her personally. I don't know this lady outside of this clip. And I said that, and other men cooperate with me, at least for right now. She's 27 and she's white, so she could be married tomorrow. But at least as of recording of this clip, other men agree with Z. You know how we know? Because she's still single. She's telling you other men agree with me. By being on Oprah's show and by saying what she's saying and by telling you all of her homegirls are single.
Clearly the market ain't in her favor either.
That's
so
what
we
I'm
can
saying.
talk about men being rejected from the market. I'm like, well, that automatically means there's going to be a lot of women rejected from the market as well.
Huh? You could see it from her face when she was speaking. Don't tell me to change. I like who I am. I like who I've become. Essentially, she said, I did all the work. Where's my man, Oprah? I did all the work. Where's my man, Mr. Galloway? And what Scott Galloway said is what, let me put it back up, is what Joe says here. We never promised you the man, though. Good luck. We never promised you the man. Good luck, though.
Nope.
And low key, that would be the Joe's. That's still, I wouldn't agree with that 100%. They didn't promise them that. For all of us millennial men, even younger Xer men, we were in class in high school and college with the ladies. It was part of the atmosphere. Nobody overtly said that. Let me don't say nobody, because actually I did hear sometimes. For the most part, nobody overtly said that to the ladies, but it was implied and suggested. It was implied and suggested that they would meet Prince Charming in college, or in their career, in the early part of their career, and he would earn more than them, and he would kiss their ass, and he would be feminized as hell, but he would be just masculine enough to put the garbage out, right? And to mow the lawn, right? But just feminine enough to cater to her emotions and be emotionally intelligent and seek therapy and all that other crap that didn't turn into a religion. It was suggested to them. It wasn't overtly said, but it was suggested that an arrived woman, a full woman, I'm not talking about her weight, a real woman, right? A real woman, this is her trajectory. Don't decenter the men. Don't worry about the men and boys now. You're going to meet him on your way to the top.
Nah. Obviously, that's not true. Ain't that right, Scott Galloway?
And that's what A. Marie's complaining about. That's what she's up there for. She said, it's very clear. She's saying me and my friends. In other words, women like me and my friends, us professionals, and what's the other word I'm looking for? Us creatives. That's the other word. Us creatives, and us professionals. We're not talking about your retail workers. She's being very specific here. It's the same thing Ebony K. Williams is saying. All these women. 92s are wannabes. 89s and 92s, and we're talking about we're talking about not just looks here. That's BGS speaks about it more holistically than I'm saying right now. I'm saying a class position, a income, a status. She's saying we're 89s and 92s, as Lion is saying, and where's our man? Y'all promised us, and you're right, Joes, it wasn't promised, but it was suggested and implied. That's where I will go with it. And that's what she's up there saying. It's not fair. She really is pulling it. Let me play my clip. She's really saying, and when Scott Galloway told her, not all of us are going end up in the romantic situation. Oh, she really was. Whenever y'all see Ebony K. Williams' old smug ass face, whenever she talk about men, Real Talk with Yanni, when she was like, decenter men, and I don't give a F, and nobody gonna make me give a F. Huh? All those women with the attitude, all of them with the attitudes, whether they're white, black, Latina, Asian, or otherwise, huh? All the ones that are not doing the car confessional, all the ones talking about the mythical, magical white man, who he treat me better. My white coworkers, I saw the video, I already downloaded it. I'm gonna cover it in a minute. Maybe later on tonight or tomorrow. My white coworkers, they compliment me about this, and they don't have no problem with my complexion. What they're really saying, because the professional brothers around them ain't checking, what they really saying is,
fair. That is not fair. That is not fair.
They try to lie to you and gaslight you with these mythical, magical white men that compliment them all the time. I don't want to hear nothing unless I want to see the wedding ring and I want to see the marriage certificate. If you don't got the wedding ring and the marriage certificate from Mr. Mythical Magical White Man, I don't want to hear nothing. And she says,
Fair. That is not fair. That is not fair.
you gonna spam the hell out of that button, Z. You damn right. And the brothers in the comments are saying,
since all you females, since they ain't enough of you, since it ain't enough, let Ed tell them.
Oh, you know what? Before we get to Ed, and the brothers in the comments, and quite frankly, the general atmosphere of the Black Manosphere is, shout out to Cameron.
Hey, yo, niggas get shot every day, B. You be aight, nigga. You tough, right?
Just saying.
Yo,
and Ed says
said to her, though.
Essentially,
Scott did say that to her. If you're listening, Scott did say that.
That's essentially what he said for real. As a matter of fact, let's go back to Joe's comment. And Joe says, Scott, we never promised the man. And here's the important part, going to what Lon just said, and to what I just played on Cameron. Good luck, though. God damn. And Ed says to black women and to non-black men,
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shang Tsung, we got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is they leftover. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
Yo, that is never, ever getting old. Never.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is Hall of Fame status. That is a Hall of Fame.
And Detroit says, going to what Ed just said, Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Jimmy, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, if I can pronounce these words correctly.
Yo.
And Detroit says, as Damon from Friday After Next said, I don't want to date these hoes. And bro, it's one of my favorite clips of the whole movie. It's the way he said it. It's the way he said it. I want to date these hoes.
You want to date these hoes?
Hoes? Oh, look, no, but he didn't say date. He said, I ain't trying to look these hoes or something. Like he said, and it was shout out to God, I got the brother name, his real name, but
Mike Epps?
It's what he's no, it wasn't Mike Epps. It was what's his name? God damn, the one with the super fair skin wife, damn near white looking, the one that they grabbed his genitals. Terry Crews, I couldn't get it out. Terry Crews.
Oh, yeah.
Terry Crews. So when Terry Crews said that, yo, it was hysterical. And it was sort of this is pretty much right before he went in the restroom to go try to sodomize Cat Williams. But
you almost did one of these hoes.
I'm trying to exactly, bro. It was hysterical,
man. Why don't you go ahead and get you something, man? Go ahead and get you something. Go touch something. Man, I won't deal with none of these hoes.
Thank you. So
that's what he said. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he meant that.
And that is the general idea of straight black men.
Yeah.
Not because we don't actually look. An attractive black woman is an attractive woman. Look. Shout out to the brother Bruce on Wayne the other day, who was just going through what he's compromising on and just being so sure of himself with it, right? And he was like, I'll take a little bit of weight. I'll take a little bit of attitude in mouth. And he just was being so, I know where I am in life. There's certain things I don't want to compromise on, but these are the things I'm willing to compromise on. And what we have for him are women even bigger than he's willing to compromise on, women with even worse attitudes than he's willing to compromise on, women who talk even more than he would. The man said, I'll compromise this far. Y'all said, F that. We shitting you the most overweight, attitudinal, mean, snarky, rude. It's just not going to work. And ladies, it's just not going to work. We ain't doing it. Right? Shout out to Bruce on Wayne. We ain't doing it. We ain't doing it.
We ain't going because at the same time, because like I said, because because these venues, the price of the price, no matter if she's a 3 or an 8.
Yeah. And thank
Like,
you once
no.
again, Detroit. And Joe says women have become the providers they wanted and they hate it. Look, and there's a couple of clips that I've played of the heavyset Asian woman. There's a number, even forget that Ebony K. Williams just said that on an interview a couple months ago. I am the man I wanted. Like, she just pretty much said that a couple months ago in an interview. So let's be very clear. Some of the ladies are admitting that to themselves and to others. And yes, you're right, Joes. They do hate it because no one told them the cost. Now, the Ebony K. Williams of the world, you could tell she appreciates the cost of this, but she still resents it.
Oh well, yeah, that's what you get for calling. That's what you get for calling men mediocre. Meanwhile, you failed to do what humans have been doing for millions of years is produce a baby. You had to go to a lab to have a baby.
Goddamn. Not lab grown meat.
But we're mediocre. We're mediocre.
No, look, Ebony. No, you know what Ebony did, and she thought she was slick. But most of us outside of like the Black manosphere, just because we want to comment on stuff like this. She thought she gave us the biggest middle finger. She thought she gave us the biggest. She thought what she did to the elite men, particularly elite Black men, is say, "Oh, so one of y'all won't wife me?
No.
Y'all gonna try to relegate me to them loser men I just was talking crap about yesterday? All right, I'll skip over all of you and your opinions. Very important here. I don't care about your opinions. I will skip over all of you and your ideas and your opinions about me, and I'll go straight to the source. And as Lion said, I'll go have the Petri dish baby, the test tube baby, the lab grown baby. Because I don't have. And shout out to the ladies who think y'all. Most of y'all can't afford it. As a matter of fact, almost none of y'all can afford it.
Majority of them can't afford that.
Can't afford that. So it is fascinating watching Ebony K. Williams do that. It's just fascinating. Yeah, you're saying
health premiums, but y'all can afford having a lab baby.
Look, shout out to Ebony K. Williams. That's just not a route the vast majority of women can engage in. What they go have to do is sperm jack a man, and have this kind of in the background of their mind to do right. Lay up with a man long enough to get pregnant, and then dip off. But men have become way more aware. Shout out to us millennials and Gen Z and even younger Xers. Yeah, we're just not going.
Nope.
So as Black men and Black women decouple, it's gonna hurt Black women financially. I've been saying this. Black men and Black women are attached by the hip, but as we decouple, because let's be very clear, the women want us to decouple. Y'all just hate how it looks. Yeah, this is what's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you your autonomy cost, and it's gonna cost you everything. That's what it costs you. Hey, say that once again.
It'll cost you. It may cost you a little. It may cost you a lot. But it will cost you.
As Indigo says, and he's here, and Indigo Flow says, congratulations. You's a provider now, boo. And that's all Mr. Z is saying. That's all I'm saying.
Ante up, boss babe.
Hey, I saw the comment when you put it down. Exactly.
Nah. Pay up. I thought y'all was holding. I thought y'all was getting money out here. Let's find out.
Hey, Lon, all I gotta say is
put that to test.
You try to press them, and all they saying is
fair. That is not fair. That is not fair.
Nah.
Stop calling our bluff, ladies. Every time, especially for Black women, every time y'all call our bluff. Especially with Trump in office, and I want to be very clear, even when Trump's out of office, even if y'all get a Democrat in there, for them to patch up all of this, look, y'all gonna be waiting a long time, and they still not gonna patch it up. But even if they were to, they look, lady, it's a wrap. It's done. There's no other way to put it.
Those premiums were going up when Biden was in office. I don't know why y'all acting stupid. Them premiums were still going up.
$1,500 deductible, y'all.
Them premiums were going up even when Biden was in office. They were
$524 a month.
Yes, they were affordable then. Nah, they were going up then too. So it don't really matter. It don't really matter. The price
$500 and something a month is that's a nice little luxury car used. You can have a nice little E-Class Benz E350 when you're in 2025 With 524 a month, what is it, 2025? You could get you, depending on your credit score, you could
Yeah.
get you a nice little 2018,
Yeah.
huh? 2018 Benz E350
That's my
for 524 a
skyline.
month,
That's my
right?
skyline.
That's a nice little Benz E3, and for most car people, they can't tell the difference between a 2018 and a 2024,
No, they don't
2023
know.
E class. They don't know.
They don't know. They don't know.
She's spinning BMW 530, well, not 535 anymore, but 540i money.
That's
Used
that.
540. That's a nice little 2018, 2017. After everything is said and done. Yeah, depending on your credit score once again.
Yeah,
But yeah,
we ain't trying. Nah, we ain't trying to hear that any of boss baby. Y'all said y'all kept bragging about how much money y'all holding. Oh, we about to find out. We gonna find out. We gonna run them. We gonna hit them pockets. We equals, right? We gonna pat them pockets down like you a man. We gonna pat them pockets. What you got there? How much? Oh, is that a Gucci bag? Oh shit! What you got in there? Is that a Gucci bag? Oh, you holding? What you got?
Hey, shout out to Real Talk. Real Talk, you got it though. You can afford it. We know. Hey, look, we know you got it. We know you. Cameron says it's a New York show apparently because Arena Revive says Annie Up from MOP, and the song just popped in because Line kept on saying it, and then the song popped into my mind, and then Arena Revive says it too. But once again,
hey niggas get shot every day, B. You be alright, nigga. You tough, right?
Hey.
Yeah, but that's what this bring the boys. That's why we on the. This is why Scott Galloway and them is on this whole Save the Man crusade, because you want them, because you need the men's money. Because without men's money, you can't keep the world spinning. You need women's. You still need the women because you need their wombs, because you need the money of their future sons and daughters.
Yeah.
And you need the current, but you need the current men's money right now until those kids get old enough to start paying for themselves.
Yes. Yes.
So this is one big economic psyop going on.
Hey, here we go. And the women and the technocrats are saying one thing, but the men are saying another thing.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad.
And the men are saying that's too damn bad.
Too damn bad. That's too damn bad. You're gonna have me paying $5,000 to $12,000. $5,000 to $12,000 a month for just simply having a girlfriend. Oh no. No.
$5,000 to $12,000 a year for just having a girlfriend that's not on your program.
That's not on my no. Because them venues, the price is the price.
Line sound like the maid off a Family Guy. No. Matumbo,
dinners,
no.
Yeah, like you mentioned, them movie theaters with those dinners. Them places ain't cheap.
Bro, me and my lady, we went to it's a joint called Lime. They serve like tacos and stuff and Mexican stuff. We went this was a couple months ago, and how much? I think I spent like $60 on a few tacos and a couple drinks, y'all. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's not no real money, but still like $60.
That's still $60.
You see what I'm saying? Like
$60 to watch a movie?
You see, no, it costs more than that. For a movie, because of the theater that we go to, I said, because I always get at least one Long Island, so I might get two depending, but I usually get at least one Long Island, a little pizza or some chicken tenders and fries and whatever, and she don't really drink, so whatever her food come up to, like I leave that theater at least $100 in the hole.
Exactly.
Easy.
Now you add up all that money, and you mean to tell me I'm supposed to sit next to Anne Marie?
Yeah.
I'm supposed to sit next to that?
Yes, actually, yes. That's what they are saying.
The shorty is dressed like a motherfucking leprechaun. She got the choker on her neck. Are you serious? No. Absolutely not.
Shout out to the brother Vincent. Vince is, and all hell Balamuccio for those. I know Vince government. I ain't gonna tell y'all his government. Vince, also known as Pistol Pete, also known as all hell Balamuccio. And Vince is, I had to get my hair cut. I'm walking across stage to get my Dusty Masters degree. And shout out to the brother for getting his Dusty Masters. Now you have graduated from Dusty bachelors to dusty masters. Now you're a master of dust.
From the dust we came, to the dust we shall return.
Right, to the dust we shall return.
Nah, but
Master
like
of dust over here, Vince.
Like all
Go
this
ahead.
shit, you add up all this shit in these conversations. At the end of the day, it's still all about money. It's about the money of the current.
Oh
men.
yeah,
It's the money about
definitely.
the current men to sustain the current establishment, and it's about trying to get the women to have kids so their future money can sustain the current establishment. Meanwhile, you're having this whole economic shift. Pretty much white boomer money going to like 2% of the white community.
Look, it's gonna be lying. It's gonna be absolutely, bro. We in our 30s, even for the brothers in their 40s, damn near 50. I would argue we at least got a decade and a half left. For those of you that's like 50, son.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give my brothers more than that. We got like 2 decades left if you 50.
Yeah, we got
at least 2 decades. At least 2 decades. Let's say we ain't gonna be out of here until at least 70. Let's say at least 70. At least 70, right?
At least 70. Give me 30. Give me 3 more decades.
But you're something like you know what I'm saying? So 70, 75, 80, right? You know how much time that is to watch how the women respond to this crap show?
And they hurting now.
Ooh. And we barely got started.
Mm-mm. And
because the dollar is losing its power. That's why BRICS come in and all that other stuff. God forbid if China says, you know what, y'all get behind the renminbi, we gonna back it. Russia get behind it. Iran get behind it. India get behind it. I don't see India doing it, but still, South Africa.
I think the BRICS shift. They're not talking about or maybe they just swept it on the rug, but I don't think nobody's talking about the BRICS.
No. They still know. That's what this is. This is an all assault on the BRICS. That's what Ukraine is. That's what that little slice of Europe with Iran is. That's what all of this is about.
The push
you isolate the members.
BRICS is just mainly just to undermine America at the end of the day because can't nobody do shit without us. That's what it's really about. It's just a ploy to just undermine America. Because at the end of the day, a lot of those countries owe us. A lot of those countries
they do.
A lot of those countries owe us a lot, but they don't want to pay the money. They like that person that don't want to pay. They know they borrowed the money, but they don't want to pay it back.
With that, true, but I'm talking about the de-dollarization.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna make things cost more for us.
Yep.
And so that's gonna be interesting to see. Those of us who grew up, once again, the retail therapy and all the hyper consumerism and stuff.
Yeah.
And you got to kind of live that life, or you aspire to, and the game is changing in your face. Oh man, the ladies gonna go crazy.
Why you think I'm so iffy about getting a house? See, I'm like, because I know what the hell is going on here, and I'm like, it's not enticing. It's not enticing from a financial standpoint. It's like looking at it's like seeing someone put gas, like pouring gas on your pocket or your wallet.
See that?
They ain't light the fire yet. They just pouring the gas on.
Let me read this from Joe's because this is important. Joe says, Annie, I'm tired of this. Oprah, Scott Galloway, it's the high heels effect. And shrugs. Look, true. Look, ladies, this is what you said you wanted.
This is what you wanted.
I can't believe I still don't have that clip from was that Transformers 2 or 3? Where Shia LaBeouf is like, this is like you wanted this, right? You want
run. Nobody's stopping.
Exactly.
You asked for it.
This is what you asked for. Yeah, this is what you asked for. You didn't read the fine print. That's your bad. This is what you asked for. And Scott Galloway's telling you that this is what you asked for. This is what comes with the territory. Maybe and that's why he said, it's great that you're pouring into your friends and your family. Continue to do that, essentially what he was saying, because you're the stubborn one who won't accept your position now, Miss Annie. Overweight Miss Annie with the chubby cheeks. Your career don't really mean that much to us. That's a plus. It's not it's the fries. It's not the burger.
With the drumstick arms.
You see what I'm saying? Hysterical, right? It's a plus. It's not It's not the main meal. So guess what? If you not gonna pay for peeing, then stay single. And when I say that, that's just me saying if you're not willing to be with a man that you earn more than, maybe even significantly more than. When I say significantly, for me, it's $30,000+ more.
And even then, it won't be long. Even then, it won't be long because men still out earn women. So it's only a matter of time before he out earns her. It's only a matter of time. Probably in like at the most 5 years time, he'll be out earning her.
Huh. Look. You're right about that. You're right about that. What I'm saying is this is
gonna be a long 5 years though.
Yeah, I'm assuming that she stays making more than him. There's like, I know sometimes my the way I frame arguments and stuff like that, I know it's like I don't 100% go off of the facts and what we say. I use the facts. I purposely, and like I was saying earlier, I purposely give the women so much grace in an argument to still say, even if I grant you this and I grant you that and I grant you this, you still come out snake eyes because of you.
Because of you.
So even if I say, what I'm saying to her is like, I'm not even going to give you the hope that he's going to earn more than you eventually.
Oh yeah.
Because you're 27. You're right. You're right, Line. More than likely on the other side of 30, he catches up and he passes her. That's what we see from the data. You're right about that. I'm not even going to give her that. I'm going to say, hey, are you comfortable with out earning him for the rest of y'all relationship?
Yeah.
Because what about if that's the situation? You out earn him for the rest of your relationship. What about if that's the case? And now what? Go ahead.
Yeah. But there's two ways. There is that, like, that slim chance that you never out earn him, or you stay being a prick and he out earns you and goes and says,
"Oh yeah, he leaves.
I'm good."
He leaves, or he's going to cheat on you and you leave.
Yep.
That's how that. If you, better. Yeah. That's all that is. If you, because we see that. I don't know their situation, but we see that with Jesse Williams and his ex-wife.
Yep, because this second thing I'm introducing, this is a high possibility as well.
Yeah.
Given the way you're conducting yourself in this, you talking like this and you single.
Yeah. Yep. Good point. Yeah.
You talking like this and you single. So and you already want a pre-made man. I'm like, yo,
not pre-made man. That's hysterical.
Yo, you want a pre-made man? Like, yo, listen, Miss Leprechaun, I don't know what you think you're gonna get out here. Because clearly it's not working. You have to come to Oprah show to Scott Galloway.
And he still told you, you might have to get comfortable with that. She a white woman, probably move her. She probably move around in the background, she's probably making pretty okay money. Because I remember watching Abby Phillips from CNN. I remember watching a little documentary they had about the women of CNN that's behind the scenes. This was back in 2018 or 19 or something like that. And Abby Martin was, I want to say it was Abby, it was another sister maybe, but I want to say Abby Martin was there because Dana Bash was the one kind of hosting it. It was a couple of them. So I'm saying A. Marie might be one of these type of women that's working behind the scenes, making her good $250,000 a year, 200, 150, 180, we don't know. And that's good stuff, right? With that, you might have to pay for pee, and that's all it is. And what Scott Galloway is saying for you,
she's also probably in a state where looks are like hyper. She's also there's also that. You're probably in your local market within your state. It's like, men who earn like that just makes it worse for her, because men who earn like her, and depending on the state, like say she in your state, Florida, like no.
Well, Florida is different. Like I'm gonna shout out to all the brothers and sisters in the DMV, but I'm not talking about y'all. So the whole thing that people say, I know we're talking about probably New York or LA area, but like you said, Miami. But like the whole thing is like DC is DC is the Hollywood for ugly folks, right? And they say that all the time, talking about the politicians and their aides and whatnot. I never subscribed to it, but I've heard it growing up, and I thought it was the funniest thing in the world. So if she's in circles like that, she could get wifed. I mean, Sarah Huckabee got didn't Sarah Huckabee get married? I'm just saying, and look how she looked.
Yeah.
Anyway, so, and I'm saying that to say, in those spaces, it's a different type of assessment. She's still not top tier no matter what space you put her in, true indeed. With that, based off of looks, with that, there's a different type of calculation that goes in, but her attitude and her facial expression is such crap that I don't really see her even being wifed up even by those men who they're calculating differently, because what they're looking for is different. If you're in the political space, you're looking for something a bit different. So when we're in Miami, our assessment is different because we have so many attractive tourists coming in and out. Pause. Right. We have so many. We have attractive people of different races and ethnicities and mixtures in South Florida. So it's a different type of calculation going on. Go ahead.
DR Columbia is a 3-4 hour flight away.
You see what I'm saying? Like, you see, so like that is just a different calculation for us because of that. Now, in the spaces she's in, assuming, and I'm not only talking about like her literal city. I'm saying in the space, in the people that she frequents, and whatever they talk about. Because if you're on Oprah's show and they got these pictures of you, that mean they vetted you already. You already got vetted. They already know your circle. Blah 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 blah. I wouldn't be surprised if we find out that she works for somebody important, or she works for somebody that works for somebody important. Okay, cool. In those spaces, how are you perceived and received by the men in those spaces?
I mean, we could talk about the spaces, but we were just talking about this other female before. Ebony K. Ebony K was in those same spaces, in those same high-end spaces for damn near 10 to 15 plus years. Where is she at right now?
Yeah, good point.
And she does look, and I'm pretty sure she was probably like smoking hot 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah. Look, but there's a number of them we know about. There's a number, bro. We can start listing the Tiffany Cross is cute to me. Can't do nothing with her. What's her name? Angela Rye, attractive. Can't do nothing with her. Amanda Steele's old crazy ass. I find her somewhat attractive. Can't do nothing with her. There's another.
Give me Angela Rye.
I mean, like yes, but I'm just saying you can't do nothing with none of them.
Nah, can't do nothing with them now.
Ebony K. Williams is attractive. You can't do nothing with her. Claudia Jordan should have been married 20 some odd years ago. Can't do nothing with her.
But that's good. Those female are the epitome of the saying I say, pretty until they start talking.
You see what I'm saying? Like all these women are some type of attractive. You can't do nothing with them.
Till they start talking.
Hey, bro. You see what I'm saying?
But like,
till they start talking, and you get to hear their worldview, their ideas, and you're like, oh yeah, and then you become Homer Simpson moonwalking into the hedge.
But the thing that kills me though, these women opt so hard about politics, right? And then when it comes to dating, they still talk about a man paying 100%. I'm like, what the fuck?
You can't do it.
What?
Can't do it.
Time out. You understand? You're talking about politics. If you're talking about political, then you must have some understanding of the economical climate as well. And you still talking about not going 50-50? Are you stupid?
Yeah.
Like that's a legit. That just has to be a legit question. You can't be talking about you want this man to be so politically sound to be involved. I'm like, if a man is politically sound, he's damn sure economically sound. That 100% ain't happening.
Look, if what it is a la carte patriarchy, a la carte feminism, patriarchy by feminist specifications, as you said, feminarchy. That they want to be able to pick and choose which parts of patriarchy they want to keep and which parts they want to throw away, which parts of feminism they want to keep and which parts they want to throw away. Okay, that's cool, but the men are not signing up, and that's your problem.
Nope,
that's not a man problem. That's your problem, ladies.
My wallet, my choice.
That's all it is, right? Ooh, I see you from Africa Cave, and he says hyper quality. Hyper equity, you're right. I said hyper equality. Listen to Z. Hyper equity. Hyper. He's put TM. He said
I like
trademark
that.
it. He said look. He
Put that in the
trademarked
book.
it. Put that in the books for real.
Put that
Hyper
in the book.
equity. Hyper equity. Yeah, you know what? That might be a stream. That could be a stream. That might be a stream. Hyper equity.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hyper equity. Put it in the book.
Put it in the book.
Somebody write that down. Write that shit down. Yeah, that's what. Put that in the
And
bar.
Dominic says, why would the man out earn her nowadays? He wouldn't.
Right. Are you serious?
He wouldn't.
This has to be a woman. Ain't no way.
I think so. But here's the thing. Men still out earn women, including in the black community.
In every single
before
race.
the age of 30, in every single race. Before the age of 30, the ladies have the leg up on men financially. Everything after the age of 30, we pass them and we don't look back. Okay, cool. Here's the thing. Even if women continue to out earn men, if the ladies are complaining that there's not enough viable men, that's a you problem. The men don't owe you leveling up. What women are running into is their limits of hypergamy. Their limit. Women are saying there's not enough men on my level. That's a you problem.
Mm-hmm. And I would say shout out to Rolo.
That's a you problem.
I would say shout out to Rolo because he says this and he's 100% right. Men don't owe you a better life.
Men don't owe you leveling up to be with you, for you to see them on their for them to be on your radar. Men don't owe you that. Either convince 6'5" tall chisel chin Shadow Tyrone to be with you, or end up single.
Hey,
that's all it is.
Well,
the ladies are throwing a temper tantrum because they got overlooked by their dream man, and then they feel like they've been relegated to men that they would rather not be around. They're ladies. You know what? I'll take the insult. Cool. And
it's not men's fault. At the end of the day, it's not men's fault. You suck at hypergamy.
Hey, that's all I'm saying.
It's not men's fault.
Amory over here.
You can be as hypergamous as you want. You actually obtaining that and winning that out. That's at the end of the day. That's still up to the man. That's up to him.
Well, Amory up here complaining to Scott Galloway and to Oprah. This is not fair. Where's my man? I did the work, and that's all she really saying.
He's probably
I did the work.
All them, like talk to the dude in the turtleneck. Talk to the dude in the turtleneck. That might be your man right there.
And if you pay attention, I'm gonna play it one more again. If you pay attention, I think the young lady that's sitting next to her is one of the same young ladies that's in the picture with her.
Yeah, I want you to pause that. I want you to pause it on the picture.
I can't know that. If you ever notice that when I play videos, I always got to bring them back because I can't pause it. The videos, you can pause the sound, you can't pause the video. I don't know why. Eventually they'll be able to do it.
The copy, right? I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
So here we go.
But
Hey, Jack. So Anne-Marie, what did you want to say?
So this has been such a great and enlightening conversation.
Let me know
I have so many thoughts that I want to add. I have to say, for a lot of my friends, we've just completely given up.
Okay. So okay. So let me play it again, and then you just
I'll
make the comments afterward. Okay.
Hey, Jack. So Anne-Marie, what did you want to say?
So this has been such a great and enlightening conversation. I have so many thoughts that I want to add. I have to say, for a lot of my friends, we've just completely given up on dating. We're more focused on our family and our friends and our careers. And for me personally, I feel like I've gotten to a point where I really love the version of myself that I've become. I put a lot of work into her. I'm really focused on my career and that emotional independence. And it feels really great to be in that space. So I thought when I started dating again, that would actually make dating easier. But I feel like it's getting so much harder to actually find someone who is willing to come to the table and meet me where I am. So my question.
So the picture with her and her friends, that's the one you was talking about?
Yes. She is.
Okay, give me a second. I got you.
No. There was one in there. I would go for her before I go for. I would go for the friend. There was one friend that was just slightly more attractive. I mean, they all a bunch of fours to be honest, but she no. And she 20. You 27, looking like you 27, girl. You look like you're 30 something. I just caught that. I didn't catch that. And they said her name and her age is right there. It said her name, Anne-Marie. She's 27 years old. She looks 30 something.
Yeah. Look. It's the look on the genetics raw. Some of us got it, some of us don't. Some of us age a little bit better. Look what I was able to do. There you go, Lion.
There it is.
There you go.
Like no, nah, dog, nah. It ain't gonna cut it. Your friend to the left, yeah, we going for that. We might go for the one on the right because the one on the right, like she got a cup on. Like she got some cannons on her.
Here's the thing. So it.
But no, just
You
no.
see you see this picture of the friends, and she said all of them are single,
I wonder why.
and we could.
Z.
I covered this this lady. No, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm gonna end out in a minute too, man. But I covered this
Okay, I got
lady earlier this year, and I gotta do a review of her again. I gotta find her channel again. I think her name was Well, I can't remember. What, a little cute East African chick, the little cute whatever. Somebody gonna remember who I'm talking about. Shout out to my day ones. It was a young lady I covered earlier this year. What was her name? I can't remember what this lady's name was. Cute little, and I think she was in her 30s. She has 4 sisters. She says her mom has 4 daughters. She has 4 sisters. All of them single. And I'm like, you're attractive. You're cute. Assuming that your sisters look some version of you. Why are y'all single?
No, you know why.
She's a little cute, and she had a nice voice, and she didn't sound aggressive or anything. Nice fit, and she was. I remember her saying, when I'm in the gym, so I'm like, okay, so you work out.
Yeah,
you're attractive, right?
Till they start talking.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this picture. Yeah, I see. And all my friends. So you're 20, and so you're 27. So all of y'all probably around the same age. All of y'all look at least 35. Y'all look like y'all look like y'all in y'all 30s. Like especially the one on the right. The one on the right look the oldest.
Yeah.
Like y'all look old. Like no.
Yeah.
Y'all
the one on the right, I ain't even gonna say. Look, shout out, hey, white men.
Yo, is that your mom?
No, I ain't even gonna say all that line. I'm not gonna even gonna say it. I'm just gonna say shout out to the white dude. Let me don't do that because I know somewhere there's a brother. I'll be like, I'll do it. I'll do it. I know there's a brother somewhere. Somewhere there's a brother that said, I'll do it. Shout out to you.
But I'm like, no, but here's the wild part is if you wanted to be honest, of all of them, the mom is the one who Lord have mercy.
Vince, I'm not reading none of your comments out loud. You're hysterical.
She looked like the mom, though. She looked like the mom. Y'all look like y'all on a Rugrats trip. Y'all look like y'all on a Rugrats trip.
That's hysterical.
But
look,
y'all all look like y'all in your 30s, and you're 20. And Anne-Marie, you're 27.
27. 27.
You're 27, looking like that. You look like you got.
No, but I said that before. Yeah,
I thought you was a single. Yo, I thought I could have sworn you probably would have had a kid. The way you look, you look like you got a kid.
Hey, Vincent, the same thing you said. Vincent, how she have a baby bearing face though?
Exactly. See, but that's how men are. That right there. And Vince is younger than me, and he already making that assessment. Vince is much younger than me. You see? See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Y'all look old. Y'all look old.
Damn.
One of y'all, at least one or two of y'all probably got a kid. We wouldn't know just looking at y'all.
Shout out to the ladies. At the end of the day, Mr. Z will end out with this. What money? And go to what Lion said. We gonna be subsidizing and spending money that we barely have with a precarious environment. This shit look like it's gonna fall off a goddamn cliff at any second. And we supposed to be subsidizing these women with these attitudes and this weight. Okay. How are you a little hefty, more than little? How are you a little hefty and you got a crap attitude? And you a spendthrift. Jesus Christ.
We supposed to, and to your point, Z, like you took your girl to that movie. So let me get this right. I'm supposed to pay upwards to $100 for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For a night out and a dine out at a dine-in movie theater for that.
Yep. That's what they're telling you. Yes. That's what they're saying. Yes.
My $5 to $12,000 a year is supposed to go for that.
Yes. Yeah.
Nah, nigga, I choose Exile. Put me in the elements.
Relevant says, I need Scott Galloway to do a reaction to this video. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. Nobody of any note anywhere. First of all, they're not listening to this whole thing, but that's number one. But number two, even if they did, they're not going to react to this.
No. I'm gonna make here's the thing though. I don't want to talk to Scott because I'm gonna make him be honest.
Yeah, well, no, but like Relevant is saying if he reacted to this. But here's the thing. Where they couldn't, because you would have to eventually admit that the masses of men agree with me. I'm not saying they're going to tell you that. No. I'm saying pay attention to their actions.
Deep down,
forget what we saying to be polite and to not have any controversy and to not be fired from our jobs.
Yeah,
I'm saying based off of men's actions, we're telling you through action, we're not subsidizing your a-hole daughters, America. She better get it on her own. Shout out to that top 2 and 5% and 10% of folks who gonna leave their white daughters a bunch of money. And then she gonna turn around and marry her male equivalent. He's still gonna cheat on her ass, but she's still insufferable. But shout out to y'all. But all the rest of your daughters in the bottom 90 and definitely in the bottom 80%, oh, have fun.
Y'all gonna be a bunch of sugar mamas.
Hey, y'all see more and more of these women talking about dating these young men, and these young men, they're more pliable, and they're not so what's the word they say? They're not when Tracy Ellis Ross said mature. Yeah, what's her face said that Cheyenne Bryant and Tracy Ellis Ross and no lady, you've been relegated to younger men by your male peers, the guys that are around your age, the silver foxes.
Yep.
With some money and stability, they have relegated you to go in and be in the target practice for 20 some odd and pretty much under 35-year-olds.
And ain't no hate over here, yo, young man, yo, hey, make sure she gets, if she don't buy,
make sure she pay like she weigh.
Don't love you.
Thank you.
If she don't buy you that, you should not be paying for Grand Theft Auto 6. If she real, she'll buy you Grand Theft Auto 6.
Say that.
That ain't no hate over here as an older man. Young men run them ladies' pockets. Run their pockets.
Let me read this from KMS. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And KMS says, the lady eating dog food was despicable. On par with Eve Diner photo. I think it's worse than Eve Diner photo, to be honest with you. The young man probably sit down to pee. We're talking about the brother with the dreads. And single by choice will be a man's prerogative. Women will be single by choices. Shout out to the channel Single by Choices. And that's exactly what they said. That's exactly why they titled their channel Single by Choices. It's your choices that make you single, ladies. Single by choice. Shout out to Jeff St. James. Once again, I made him laugh, and I think that's his wife in the comments. What do you call it, Miss Plum, whatever. That might be his wife. Shout out to you.
Yeah.
And I made her laugh in the comments too. Because y'all done heard me say it a zillion times. You're not single by choice, lady. Mm-hmm. You're doing the you can't fire me, I quit. We get it. Hold on to your pride. I get it. I get it. Right? Yeah. Hold on to your pride. You can't fire me. I quit. I'm single. I'm single by choice. Yawn.
Okay. Sure you are.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Exactly.
All right, fine. Be prepared to buy these young men some PS6s and Grand Theft Auto 6s. Yo, Vince, make her buy the meta glasses.
Vince is in a relationship. Shout out to his lady. Vince is good. Yeah, Vince is good.
I hope it all works out, Vince. I hope it all works out, Vince. If it doesn't, go ahead and go.
Hit up them sugar mamas.
Brian. Go ahead and go get Brian. Tell her about your meta glasses. Tell her to go buy your meta glasses.
Look, Vince, I know I've seen the brother. The brother ain't trying to deal with her. Bro, he ain't trying to deal with her.
All right. But this is where we're at. Like, no, what money? Like, you want me to pay $5,000 to $5,000 to $12,000 a year for that? Nah, we're not doing that.
Oh, Detroit, I hate that you know what? I'm gonna have line read it. I'm not reading this. Go ahead and read this line if you don't mind.
I'm laughing already. That's how old cougars are getting fat, by eating that young protein.
And that's good. Look, hey, bro. Hey, man, look.
Dog. You ain't shit for that, Detroit. You ain't shit. But no, No, but he's right though. I'm like, y'all ain't gonna be so let me get this right. All this feminism, all this freedom for y'all to turn into sugar mamas?
I mean, if that's what it comes down to, then so be it.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Y'all just gonna be a bunch of sugar mamas then. Okay.
No, but look, if you said feminism, if we're gonna stay true to quote unquote equality, then the answer to your question for real is yes. Not even to be funny or anything like that.
Yeah,
yes, but the ladies are sounding like they don't really actually like that outcome. That's what it's looking like. The masses of them, some of them appreciate that that's part of the deal. But the masses of them look like they either don't appreciate it or they're resentful that part of the deal of feminism was that not all of you, maybe not even most of you, although right now it's still most, not all of you, maybe not even most of you, end up with a man that earns more than you.
As the women say, I love that for you.
Exactly. And we know they don't mean it when they say it. Vince says, rage quit, sassy fit. Hysterical, rhyming.
Shout out, man. But yeah,
rage quit, sassy fit, exactly.
But yeah, I'm gonna get up out of here. But thank you.
Yeah, so I'm ending out right now too.
Yeah,
look, I'm gonna do a part 2.
Oh yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there.
Yeah.
I'll be there because I just showed up on YouTube. I'm like, oh shit, he's doing it today. Damn, I ain't know.
Yeah, my bad. And I need to, as a matter of fact, I need to switch up the thumbnail for what I because I did the stream for Chief Rocker too. I'm trying to knock out all these streams. The two people that's probably the most annoyed with Z is Buckeye Fan for the TLC stuff. I did not forget about you, Buckeye Fan. I know it's taking forever and then some. I'm compassionate for the Paul Memo stream, and I gotta do, but the Paul Memo stream, oh man, that's gonna be that might be an all-day stream because I'm gonna have to walk us. I'm gonna have to do my own studying even more and walk us pretty much the environment that created the Paul Memo, and then walk us all the way through the Paul Memo, which was in the 70s, early 70s, all the way through Ronald Reagan, deregulation, Margaret Thatcher in the UK, exactly, Reagan, as Charles says in the comments.
Reaganomics.
All Reaganomics, quote unquote, trickle down, as AB Media says, PR me economics, all the way through Bill Clinton in the third way and neoliberalism with the Carter, but definitely Reagan and Clinton, all the way to pretty much Trump. I would have to walk us pretty much that, and that's damn near all day stream. I'm gonna damn near be a professor that day.
Then Biden, then make sure you put an asterisk that right next to Biden with the 1994 crime bill, because that's Biden. Well,
crime bill
at the time.
And remember, Mr. Credit Card. That's what they called Biden.
Yep, Mr. Credit Card.
And Mr. Credit Card, and not taking keeping student loan debt off of bankruptcy. Yeah, exactly. All of that. So I would have to walk, because all of that comes from the Paul Memo was essentially, shorthand for everybody that's listening, the Paul Memo was essentially class warfare waged on everyone by the elites.
Yep.
That's essentially what it is. Right? And we're living the vestiges of that now, 50 some odd years later.
And
so,
money.
To be frank, yeah, what Line is saying, that still ties into what money.
What money?
Right? So
Black people didn't get access. Black people didn't get access to Social Security until the 1970s.
You know, I didn't realize that. Yeah. I didn't realize that until
no one mentions that.
Maybe what were you in 2025? Maybe 12, maybe 13 years ago.
Yeah.
Is when I realized, oh crap, wait a minute.
That too. I don't think SWP doesn't even mention that. I don't know if he ever has, but yeah, that too. Black people didn't get access, because he talks about red line and everything that happened. Like, yeah, we also did not get access to Social Security until the 1970s.
And you know, this is why I believe in reparations for ADOS FBA. Yeah. Because there's really no other way to it. Between the wealth chasm, I don't even want to call it a gap no more. The wealth chasm and how America has been structured, and then what we see going on currently, and what I forecast is going to be the environment over the next couple decades. bruh, man, it's gonna
And
be
then
a
you
mess.
couple that with techno feudalism.
That's where I'm going with it.
Because
It's gonna be a
like
mess.
honestly, this
Yeah.
this whole Netflix WB merger, that is an example of techno feudalism. That's an example.
Let me read this from Joe's. And Joe says, Black women eating out of dog bowls like Scooby-Doo. Mindy Kaling did a number on that Velma show. Look, I don't know if there was a scene like that. Is that what you're saying? But look, it was inevitable, y'all. I mean, we speak about integration and assimilation all the time. We didn't get rid of an anti-Black system. We just integrated, quote unquote, integrated Black folks into an anti-Black system. So you have a bunch of Black women. They talk crazy about Black men. They do their edgelord white boy stuff. They try to say the most offensive thing humanly possible. You have women like Onyeka. You have women like this young lady that the young lady eating out the damn dog bowl. Let me see it. Did I keep it up? I kept it up. Right? You have the young lady eating out the damn dog bowl. Right? This was inevitable because this society never actually fixed the system. So now what you have are a bunch of anti-Black people, right? Look at, like I said before, listen to how many stories we have from white men telling you, or Black women who are involved with white men telling you that. Yes, second. My apologies, y'all. Look how many videos we have from Black women who are dealing with white men who tell you, he called me the N-word during XXX Fun, and he told me his ex-Black girlfriend, his ex, used to like that. That's why he say that to me. Or the white man that tell you that, the white man that tell you that some Black woman that he used to deal with wanted him to call her the N-word during XXX activity. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We keep on coming across this because we never fixed the anti-Blackness. And so now you have a bunch of Black folks who've been out of Jim Crow, air quotes, or at least on paper, for the past 40 some odd years, damn near 50 years. And look at what you got. You got the Stacey Dashes of the world. You got Onyeka, who's a child of immigrants. You got this young lady eating out a goddamn dog bowl with a white man pouring dog food, right? You got the corn star chick that was calling us all type of N-words and saying how she's scared of us, and then you see her in a picture on a balcony with the white dude doing the Hail Hitler salute, right? Like you have that was inevitable because nobody ever actually fixed what was going on. You just threw a bunch of Black people in these environments and told them to make a way.
Yeah.
Huh?
Listen. But yeah, sure. Let's put more responsibility on the men with no authority.
Say that.
In an unraveling expensive ass country as it is, and the wages have not gone up, not a damn dime.
But the inflation did, though. But the inflation did. But on that note, we're gonna end out, man. Let me do my outro. All right, y'all. So on that note, everyone, we're gonna do a part 2 in the next day or two. We're gonna pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out the Black Ministry content, or the non-Ministry content, for the love of God. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out. All right, everyone.
You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.